Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. The time is currently 12:33 p.m. Central Time, December 28th, 2024. We are currently tracking a tornado that is on the ground near Cleveland, Texas. This was a PDS tornado warning not too long ago, and it crossed Route 242. However, it has since fizzled out since. But the main thing that we're going to be tracking here, and let me go and get this shown here, is this moderate risk for severe weather with a 15% chance of strong tornadoes and a 45% chance of damaging wind gusts. Let me go ahead and just get everything ready here. I'm currently using a new system here, so it's going to take a bit to get adjusted. Okay, there we go. I'm going. Okay, so right now we currently have one tornado warning, which is the one we just talked about. And we do have a few other severe thunderstorm warnings, including one near Shreveport, Louisiana. Let's go ahead and start there first. And then we'll go ahead and show you the timing throughout this event. Yeah, there is your severe thunderstorm warning. There was also one to the north here, but that has since expired. This severe thunderstorm warning will be in effect until 12:45 p.m. Central Standard Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and small hail, moving to the southeast at 25 miles an hour. That went through Shreveport earlier while still remaining a severe thunderstorm warning. The severe thunderstorm warning still in effect there. But the main thing we're gonna be worried about is these supercells that are forming over here over central Louisiana. And things are really gonna start picking up here throughout the afternoon and into the evening. The SPC said that the peak of this should be in the evening hours. So let's go ahead real quick and go back to that tornado warning storm, because that's the only one we have right now. Right, that's likely that's going to change soon. And yeah, right now the rotation has pretty much completely fizzled out. They're probably going to be dropping this one here momentarily. I've also been watching this one down to the south of Roman Forest. That is something that's going to be that's something that we're going to watch. Because it did try to form a hook echo there, but it's failed. But I feel like that could form a that could form something tornadic in the future. It's currently severe thunderstorm warning on it for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That will be in effect until 12:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. And also that tornado warning storm will also expire at that time as well. So to the west of it, we also do have these severe thunderstorm warnings as well. We'll switch radars here so we can get a better view at it. There's a pretty large one, including College Station, Texas. This will remain in effect till 12:45 p.m. Central Standard Time for 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. This is moving to the east at 30 miles an hour. This should be on College Station. This should be moving through College Station at any moment now. And let me fix that there on the velocity. Okay, there we go. And we also do have another storm to the south near Highway 290. This is the severe thunderstorm warning will be in effect until 1:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. For a severe thunderstorm of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail, moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. So going over back to... Oh, wait, and also, before we move on, there's also a flash flood warning in effect south of Dallas. This will be in effect until 2 o'clock p.m. It says radar estimates between 3 and 6 inches of rain have already fallen just south of Dallas, and they're saying turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Flash flooding will be also an issue on top of everything else. So let's go ahead and go to the SPC. Let's go and get that shown if we can get that. There we go. So yeah, this mesoscale discussion is pretty old, but I do want to show you this anyway. The first area of concern throughout this event will be this area in eastern Texas for the greatest short-term tornado potential. And we already seen that PDS tornado warning storm, but we could see a few more tornadoes before things get really heated in central Louisiana and onwards into Mississippi and Alabama. This is your risk here. As you can see, a very large moderate is in effect for central Louisiana, all of central Mississippi, parts of western Alabama, and a small sliver of eastern Texas. That's and as highlighted earlier, that's a 15% significant chance for long track tornadoes. That is something that they highlighted in their discussion. Strong and long track tornadoes and widespread damaging winds are possible in this region. They have issued a 45% significant for wind in northern Louisiana and central Mississippi, and hail will probably be the least thing to be worried about, as that's only a 15%. So tornadoes, wind, and flash flooding will be our primary concerns. The National Weather Service has actually issued a new tornado warning, and if I'm not mistaken, that is the one that I think I highlighted earlier. And that appears to be the case. So this is something that they're watching here. Tornado warning in effect until 1:15 p.m. Central Standard Time for a possible tornado moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. This is for a possible tornado and quarter-sized hail. This is the storm that I was just highlighting moments ago. This is just south of Plume Grove. It will be making its way towards Route 321 and Route 105 before moving on just north of Moss Hill before reaching, I think it's Route 146, if I'm not mistaken. So that is the new circulation that we're worried about. Pretty hard to tell on radar, but if I had to guess, it'll probably be somewhere south of Plume Grove. Because of how rural this area is, we don't have any ground views there. And I don't think we'll have one for a while. But that is something to keep an eye on. So if you're in that, if you're south of Plume Grove, all the way up north of Moss Hill, take cover immediately in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building, and avoid all windows. And again, if you do have a basement, go into it. But again, if you don't, that's fine. Just head to the most interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. And use anything to protect yourself. This could be a helmet, blankets, pillows. Just put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And it looks like this storm in front of it is starting to be merged directly into this tornadic cell. And it looks like they did just drop that tornado warning for Cleveland. So Cleveland, you are in the clear now in terms of tornadoes. And however, you do have to worry about this line basically right behind it here that will move into your area later on into the afternoon. But yeah, as you can see, this area, this storm is currently being merged into that tornadic cell, so we'll have to see how that plays out. And that's going to be a pretty common theme in this general area of these storms all merging together into a line. And during that time frame is where we could see tornadoes there. But again, the main threat is not until this afternoon. And this has basically been an all-day kind of threat, because we also did have a tornado confirmed near Lake Charles and a tornado confirmed near Houston. I think it was just west of Houston. So currently, in terms of confirmed tornadoes, we're currently at 3 confirmed tornadoes. on the day, and that's likely going to heavily increase. And then going over here, and also another thing coming up is that we do have our next SPC update. And the thing to mention in the SPC update, as you can see in the recent updates, they did consider upgrading it to a high risk. In fact, they've considered upgrading it to a high risk for two discussions now. So that is going to be something if that's going to be something to watch to see if they do want to pull the trigger on a high risk. They did significantly expand the 15 sig into north central Mississippi last update that was released at 10:30. And also another update is that the severe thunderstorm warning just southeast of Shreveport has been dropped. However, there is still a massive line there pushing its way to the east, kind of more east-northeast. You can start to see that hook echo really start to form on this storm south of Plume Grove. And another thing to point out while we're just waiting to see how this plays out is that we also have a lot of clearing, and I'll go in and get this pulled up here. We have a lot of clearing over Louisiana, Mississippi, and Texas, and as well as Alabama too. And clearing is very bad because that leads to daytime heating, and that's just bad news. So that is something that the SBC is monitoring, and there's still a bit of uncertainty on how this will exactly play out. So that's why they have not pulled the trigger on a high risk yet. But this is definitely a high-end moderate from what the SPC has been saying, from what the National Weather Service has been saying, and from what the models have been telling us. But you can start to see that inflow really start to flow into this system. So if you're in that polygon, you need to seek shelter immediately as we do have a developing tornado making its way to the northeast here. And again, this is moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour until 1:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. For the Shreveport area, we are right now there is a line of storms that just passed. I do expect, and let me just wait for this radar to load up. If it does load up, I do expect some more thunderstorm activity, potentially severe thunderstorm activity, but as for tornadoes, I don't really see Shreveport getting much in terms of the tornadoes. Mainly the strong tornadoes that we've been worried about. That's going to be more into central Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. And another thing to be worried about in Shreveport is probably the flash flooding too, because you're going to be in a lot of rain for at least a few hours. So flash flooding will be a major concern there. And also a lot of also this line is moving very slowly too. I also do want to point out I also do want to point out that we do have a developing supercell over here near Simpson, Louisiana. This is one of the more mature supercells that I've seen of the day. We did have a few supercells earlier this morning, but they fizzled out pretty quick. You're welcome, Titans. And stay safe out there. But yeah, this supercell right here is one of the more mature ones that I've seen of the day. That's approaching Interstate 49. And that's right in that moderate corridor, and it's very discreet too. So that's gonna be a supercell to watch over the next hour. And also I do see another supercell trying to form over here near Many, Louisiana. So the main part of this event is gonna get going here in probably less than an hour, with it peaking in the evening. For people in central Louisiana and central Mississippi. The National Weather Service did provide some timings on severe weather, so I'll get that pulled up here. And I'll get this set up. Okay, there we go. So from noon to 3 p.m., expected to remain in Texas and then we go back to the radar. This is basically for these cells over here in eastern Texas, not really for the cells over here in central Louisiana. But for those cells, that's going to be over Texas from now to 3 p.m. From 3 to 6 p.m. as we're going to see that cross into central Louisiana. And then from 6 to 10 p.m., that's going to push its way further into Mississippi and into Louisiana, and then further on to the east. And this is also going to be an overnight event for people in Mississippi and Alabama. So have a way to get alerts overnight and make sure you have your devices charged. Now let's see if we have an update on that supercell over there, that tornadic supercell. Yeah, and again, velocity-wise on the right, I don't see much rotation, but that hook echo on the left, you can see that hook echo southeast of Plume Grove now. That is the reason why they tornado warned this. This is why they issued a tornado warning for this. This is approaching on Route 321 in Texas. And again, if you're in that polygon, you need to seek shelter right now. And right now, it's currently struggling with the fact that it's merging with basically 3 storms at once. So I feel like it's going to struggle for a bit and then really start to get going, because after that, it's going to be pretty discreet. And basically have nothing ahead of it. Now, another thing to keep in mind is that... Wait, hold up. I'm being told an update here. Oh, alright. I was seeing if the new SPC outlook it came out, but it hasn't yet. But there's going to be a pretty interesting outlook here. Because a lot has changed since the 1030 outlook, and unfortunately, it's not looking too good. We are, and again, the SPC has been calling out for long track, strong tornadoes. And again, where we're mainly going to be seeing that is central Louisiana into Mississippi and possibly into western Alabama. There is also a flash flooding threat across northern Louisiana, including Shreveport. And right now, this is only the beginning of what could be, if everything goes right, a pretty bad event. We do have an update out of Porter Heights, Texas. That's from one of the tornado warning storms over here. Mobile homes are heavily damaged or destroyed. Brick home with roof completely removed, and the fire department was hit with the bay doors blown in and metal roof peeled back. Debris is scattered across the area. If I had to guess, that would definitely be that PDS tornado warning that we had out here. Near Porter Heights. Yeah, there it is. There's Porter Heights. And it looked like, from the radar scans, it looked like to be a pretty intense tornado there. And in fact, it does actually now show that report that I just highlighted. For some reason, it's not showing on the stream's end. But oh, okay. So, and also we did, yeah, I just saw more reports of damage in that same area. So pretty strong tornado happened there, and we hope everyone was okay there, and we'll continue to give you updates from Porter Heights. In fact, we do have a scanner there that I'm gonna turn on a little.
They're with Constable right now.
So what you're hearing now is the scanner just north of Houston.
So, 10-1-4-4. Do you need special permit 1-4 at this location or go to...
I'm actually going to turn that down a bit because...
All stations report, all units report to station 122. All stations report to 122.
But yeah, so we're going to let that play in the background while we go through everything, and if we get any updates, then we'll likely be hearing it from there. Now, again, this supercell near Kurthwood, Louisiana, is the one I'm pretty worried about. I mean, this is very discreet. It basically has nothing ahead of it. It is right in the moderate corridor. And now you can start to see a little hook echo start to form near Kurthwood. So this is a storm that we need to be paying attention very closely to. All right. And this is gonna be rolling on up towards Interstate 49, and into Gorham, Louisiana, Darien, Louisiana. So I won't be shocked if they issue a severe thunderstorm warning soon for this storm. And remember, we got more storms firing to the south too. That could also become issues later on. Especially some of these smaller cells near Knight, Louisiana. One near Fullerton, Louisiana. And we also have some more storms over here in southeastern Louisiana. One moving up into Livingston.
Northcom.
Yeah, and that tornado, a new tornado warning now in effect. Let's go and check that out.
Notified. There's alarm company coming out, and the elevator coming out to inspect the alarm. 2020, I'll be back in service.
Okay. And again, that scanner you hear in the background is from the pretty intense tornado that struck near Porter Heights, Texas. So that's something we're going to pay attention to for a little bit. But right now, new tornado warning now in effect for Hillcrest, Alvin, and Algora. I think that's how you say it. This is south of Houston. And this will be in effect until 1:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. And this will be moving to the northeast at 30 miles an hour. And you can see that little couplet right there. I'm going to put my red square over there. You can see that little couplet right there where your rotation would be. And it looks like this will be rolling on up towards Route 35 and then into Hillcrest. Excuse me. And also one of the severe thunderstorm warnings out west got dropped. That was one for College Station. That actually was dropped for a while. But I did want to highlight that anyway. So yeah, we're currently tracking 2 tornado warning storms. One northeast of Houston, one south of Houston. And the one south of Houston seems to be starting to get more organized. Let's check our debris tracker, and that could actually be on the ground. If you look at where it dips below the, if you look right where it goes into those blues there, that is likely debris that we're picking up right there. So we're gonna wait one more scan to confirm that, but that looks to be a tornado on the ground. And this will be southwest of Hillcrest. And for more general idea, it's south of Houston. But if we're in Alvin, Texas, or anywhere in that polygon, we need to seek shelter immediately. An interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And if you do have a basement, go into that basement. And again, if you don't, that's fine. Just put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And to have any way to protect yourself from flying debris, make sure you have a helmet or blankets or pillows or anything that you can to protect yourself from flying debris. And yes, that is a tornado on the ground. So we are currently tracking a tornado on the ground southwest of Hillcrest. And I don't know why I can't say that probably for some reason. But that is going to be rolling on up towards Route 35. So again, that is a tornado now confirmed on the ground. We'll be waiting for this probably get upgraded to a Torar momentarily. And yep, they just gone ahead and upgraded that to a Torar. A confirmed tornado was located near Liverpool or near Alvin, moving to the northeast at 30 miles an hour. This will be in effect until 1:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. And yeah, and also on top of the tornado, we also have 1-inch hail on it. So we do now have another confirmed tornado near just southwest of Alvin, Texas. So seek shelter now. This is a confirmed tornado. We have indicated debris in the air, and I'm gonna line that up for you. On the debris tracker on your left, velocity on the right. If you look on the debris tracker on the left, you can see where it dips down into those blues, and it just updated, so velocity is a bit behind. So we're gonna wait for that to get updated. But now we're tracking that as it's approaching Route 35. This is north of Liverpool, south of Alvin. And this is going to go right in between those two areas. So again, seek shelter now if you're in that polygon. A confirmed tornado is on the ground. Now going back up to the north for a second to cover these two storms. We're currently for that tornado warning storm over there near Moss Hill. It looks like if there was any rotation, it is probably fizzled out at this point. So they're probably going to drop that warning momentarily. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Woodville from all the way down towards Volta. This will be in effect till 1:45 p.m. Central Standard Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. And again, let's go ahead and check on that supercell near Interstate 49. And yeah, this is definitely one of the more. This is basically the most mature supercell that we have out here, and this is starting to approach Interstate 49 and Cypress and Darien, Louisiana. So this is something to keep an eye on. It's not tornadic yet, but it is something that we do have to pay attention to. And let's go ahead and go back down to that tornado that is on the ground near Alvin, Texas. Let's see if we can get anything in terms of live views out there. However, I do doubt it. All right, yeah, no, we don't have anything, but we should have something out of the interstate once it gets there, if it makes it there. Yeah, again, if you are south of Alvin, or just basically anyone in that polygon, you need to seek shelter now. That is a confirmed tornado on the ground. We actually do have cameras out of Alvin, but they're not really pointing at the storm. And they're not live, so that's going to be a problem. Yeah, yeah, and this is what it looks like, by the way. Let me just open that up in the new tab. This is not live, so this is pretty behind, to be honest. Actually, no, that's from 2005. Why are these cameras still up? Are any of these cameras live? There we go. Nope, not working. All these cameras are broken. That's not good. All those cameras are broken. And the only ones near Alvin is apparently from 2005. That. Well, let's go back to the radar. And that's actually a debris ball right there. Okay, so yeah, this is a dangerous situation. We do have a debris ball now south of Hillcrest, Texas. South of Alvin, Texas. And that is a pretty significant debris signature that we're picking up now. So this is a pretty strong tornado. So we need everyone in that polygon to seek shelter now. It's going to be rolling on up towards just south of Alvin, Texas, and Algora, Texas. Is that how you say it? I'm not sure, but that is a very disturbing radar scan, and we need everyone to seek shelter immediately. Won't be shocked if they put this under a PDS momentarily. So let's go ahead and I'm just going to keep looking for any webcams out there because I really want a ground view of that. But I highly doubt we're going to get any. Okay, yeah, we're not gonna get any, but let's go ahead and pan our focus to this storm here, where that debris ball is still present as it's rolling on up. As it just crossed. I think that's Route 35. Is now making its way towards Algoa. So you need to seek shelter now if you're in that town. And new tornado warning now in effect. Let's go ahead and check that out. I think, yeah, okay, this is the best we're going to get it. So we currently have a new tornado warning in effect for the severe thunderstorm warning that we highlighted earlier. From Woodville all the way down to Volta, Texas. This will be in effect until 1:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, moving to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. For a tornado and quarter-sized hail. So we now have 3 tornado warnings down here in Texas. And one of those tornadoes seems to be pretty strong. Let's see if we can get a update here. I'm probably going to tune in to the local scanner near Alvin. Let's see where that's located. What county? So we'll probably go to okay. All right, I'll get the scanner up, but in the meantime, we're gonna go and zoom back in there. Looks like the debris ball has faded, and now you can start to see how that's kind of like going back up into the greens. That's normally an indication of debris fallout. So that is a pretty good indicator. The tornado has started to weaken and may have lifted, but we still need to treat this as a tornado on the ground. Remember, in one of the discussions, they did highlight that these tornadoes can be cyclic, meaning that they touch down, they lift, and then they touch back down again, and then they lift, and then so on and so on and so on. So we do gotta pay attention for that.
Medic 1, be advised, stage at your station. Several homes have been hit. They're unsure what they need at this time. Stage at your station.
That is from Alvin. They
Disregard,
can
that's from the
confirm
fire
that
department.
homes have been hit.
Okay. Unit 4 volume for fire tone.
So yeah, they just confirmed that homes have been hit, and that's from the Alvin scanner. And they're advising first responders to stay in their stations. Okay, that is very loud. Let me turn that off. Sorry about that. Okay. And let me turn down that noise. That way it's not bothersome. New severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, up.
Alvin Volunteer Fire Department. Alvin Volunteer Fire Department. Stage at your station for dispatch to 6710 County Road 191A Adam. Several homes have been hit by a tornado.
Okay, so. Okay, wait. So it's repeating what was said.
Address, County Road 191A.
6710 County Road 191A. 6710.
Okay, so I'm gonna turn that scanner off for a little bit so I can cover this real quick. But we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect over here in Arkansas. This includes Hampton.
Clear. 506, hold everything at all stations. Don't respond to anything until you hear from me.
Okay, so yeah, they're remaining hunkered down there until the storm passes. But yeah, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning here in Arkansas, over in Hampton, all the way up to Kingsland. This is for it's gonna change. There we go. This will be in effect till 1:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. Moving to the northeast at 50 miles an hour for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. So let's go ahead and go back to that tornado confirmed storm and let's tune back into the scanner.
Station 1.
All right, I just turned it back on, so we're going to be waiting. Looks like it's trying to redevelop here. And yeah, this is exactly what I mean. You can see how it lifts here and then it touches back down. So it's now back on the ground. Very likely back on the ground. So remain hunkered down until further notice.
Medic 2, you can show us at the hospital.
All right, so while we wait for further updates from there, we're going to go back up to... we're going to go back up to these warned storms here. And yeah, I do expect this tornado warning to be dropped, but I also want to pay attention to this storm here, because that's starting to hook more, and that could be an area of concern. And they actually gone ahead and severe warned the storm that we've been paying attention to in central Louisiana. They actually have put a tornado possible tag on it. This is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar-sized hail.
Caroline did call and said that they are available to help if necessary.
And this will be in effect until 2:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. So yeah, again, like we've been saying for a while now, this is this is by far the most mature supercell here so far in Central Louisiana, and this is right in the moderate corridor. It has basically everything to itself. There is nothing hindering it. Like the only way it can get in the way is itself. So that is something that we really have to watch. And also real quick, going back down to the south, the warning has been shrunk. So Hillcrest, Crest, I cannot wait. Hold up. Okay, hold up. I thought I was hearing something on the scanner. Everyone in Alvin and area south is out of the warning now, but Algora is still remaining in the warning, and it looks like, yeah, it's back on the ground. So seek shelter now. You got a tornado coming up on your doorstep. You need to be in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you're outdoors in a mobile home or vehicle, evacuate to the most substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and use anything to protect yourself from debris, like helmet, blankets, pillows, anything of that sort. And make sure you grab a sturdy pair of shoes just in case if your house gets hit, because you do not want to be barefoot walking around in debris. But yeah, right now we do have a tornado that is rolling on up towards Algora. And they've gone ahead and dropped that tornado warning that was north of Liberty, Texas. So so for everyone in Liberty, everyone north of Liberty and in Moss Hill, you are in the clear now. But I am worried about this storm here just to the south. So I would remain weather aware, because that is starting to hook a lot more. Apart from that, the rotation to the north seems pretty broad, and right now I don't see any worrying tornadic signatures.
Be advised, there's multiple power lines down on A5.
Power lines confirmed down
10-4.
south of Alvin. That just came on the scanner. Power line's been confirmed down south of Alvin, Texas, as further damage reports are coming out of that location. And keep in mind, if we're in this community here, we need to be seeking shelter now. This is still on the ground, and the main thing that
Copy traffic hazard.
and the main thing that we need to be worried about is that supercell over there in Central Louisiana. And then going back down.
Road County Road 160, power line in the road and is arcing.
Yeah, more reports of power lines down, so they're starting to search the area. But yeah, right now the main issue is that this is going directly for the radar site. So as this gets closer, we're not going to get as much reliable data until it passes through here. So instead, we might have to switch to the airport radar, which I don't think supports the debris tracker.
Unit 4 volume for fire page.
Station 3 has 6 ready to roll.
Yeah, so they're sending out first responders to the people south of Alvin. Currently, no further updates. Wait, let me check, because I do want to see if we do have any updates from the tornado that struck Porter. Let me go and turn that off real quick. So we're currently, I want to see if we got an update from the tornado that hit, I think that's Porter Heights. Yeah, Porter Heights. Do you have an update out of there? Yes, we do have a damaged photo. And this is from, Scott. So yeah, this is a damaged photo out of Porter Heights, Texas. And you can see pretty bad damage there. And then also another thing is that, meanwhile, while we're checking that out, the scanner from south of Alvin, Texas has confirmed more damage. Mainly power lines being reported down.
523 to Station 3. Go ahead and respond to that call on Mustang. All other stations, hold your crews.
And then another thing I do want to watch. And another thing I do want to watch is this supercell that's forming here that just got severe thunderstorm warnings. And this is also decently discreet here. And this is gonna be rolling up on that's Highway 69. Kind of hard to see from this perspective. So next time I do got to make those highway signs a bit bigger. But it says tornado possible, 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This will be in effect at 2 o'clock p.m. Central Standard, but I do see this getting extended further and further. And yeah, again, this is a pretty discreet storm that we do have to watch out for. So the one in Central Louisiana, that is my main worry. And we got to watch this one here in Texas. And then we're also monitoring these storms here that are getting tornado warned. So yeah, right now this is making a very close approach to Algora, Texas. The debris tracker doesn't show any debris that I can see, but again, this is getting to a point where radar data is getting very inaccurate because of how close it is to the radar. So I would just treat this as a tornado still on the ground and remain sheltered in place. Yeah, and again, going back to the supercell, you can see that hook echo that's trying to form. So this supercell is really trying to become tornadic. Right now, interacting. I think that's another storm that's interacting with right now. But apart from that, it has nothing ahead of it. It has no storms that's in the way, and it has a very loaded environment ahead of it. And going over here real quick, severe thunderstorm warning issued a little bit ago for Columbus, Texas, and Cat Spring, Texas. for until 2 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. Moving east at 35 miles an hour for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. And let's go to the SPC to see if they have anything out. And about less than an hour's time, we will be getting our next outlook from the SPC, where they have been considering upgrading to a high risk. And going back over here, they have just extended that Torr. This includes, let's go and zoom in real quick. This includes from Kema all the way to Santa Fe. Kema, I think that's how you say that. That's going to be moving to the northeast at 20 miles an hour until 2 o'clock p.m. Central. And I do want to see what it looks like from the airport's perspective. It does not support, it's not supporting velocity. So we can only see the hook of this thing. You can see how intense that hook signature is. So the tornado, so I would still treat this as a tornado on the ground. The National Weather Service is still keeping that Torr, meaning that a tornado is confirmed on the ground. Again, because of how close it is to the radar, it's really hard to get reliable data. But from the few indications that we have, this tornado is still on the ground.
Stop right where you're at. Rescue 1, stop the traffic right there. Don't let them come any further.
803, will you clear on that traffic for 5520 South Highway 35? 803.
And the scanner you're listening to is the one near Alvin, Texas, where we had that significant tornado go through. They're calling for backup. So the things that we've been hearing from the scanner is power lines are down, houses are confirmed hit south of Alvin. And we're going to stay tuned to that scanner for further information.
Rescue 1 Alvin, we are closed southbound 35 at 4755.
Clear rescue.
And yeah, they're closing down roads and highways right now.
On location on 4520 West End Road. Engine 31 on location.
Clear 31.
And then also, we do have a lot of special marine warnings out here. I just want to quickly highlight that. That's going to be moving on shore, and that's going to be that's going to pass decently close to HQ here in New Orleans.
505L.
And we also do have some more supercells starting to get more organized here. One over here near Jasper, Texas, and one near Clare, Louisiana.
Engine to Station 1 to help us cover some of this area. 926 to 505, we have 7 on standby now.
let's go ahead and get an update on the tornadoes in Texas in terms of damage. So I'll go ahead and get that loaded up. Meantime, I do want to see if there's anything else in terms of things we need to cover. And no, I don't see much. However, we are starting to see that line. You're starting to see that line really start to get together here. Just past Shreveport earlier before we started. And let me go and turn this down a bit. But for the people in Shreveport, because I know there was someone tuning in from Shreveport, again, the main concern is going to be flash flooding. And in fact, all right, new tornado warning. We'll get to that here in just a second. Yeah, but Shreveport, I do expect possible another round of severe weather, but I don't think it's going to be that bad if there is one. But the main concern from this point forward is going to be flash flooding. It's going to be raining for pretty much the entire day. So let's go ahead and cover the new tornado warning that just got issued. And this does include from Warren all the way up towards the rural areas of Highway 190 from Woodville to Jasper. This is going to be in effect till 2 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, movements in the northeast at 30 miles an hour for a tornado and quarter-sized tail. And that's going to be, let's go ahead and see if we can get, all right, so yeah, right now there's kind of in a radar dead zone, so radar data won't be that accurate. But from what we can see, your rotation will be here southwest of Warren. That'll be moving its way towards Warren, just near Hillster, and then moving its way towards Highway 190. So if you are in that polygon, you need to seek shelter now in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows, and again, just put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, just protect yourself from flying debris. Wear a helmet. You can even use like blankets and pillows. Grab a sturdy pair of shoes just in case if you get hit by a tornado, because you do not want to be barefoot in that debris. And that's going to be rolling on up towards Warren here momentarily. We just dropped off to 2 warnings, and those are probably some of the older warnings. And now the only 2 warnings left are the ones that have been continued. So let's go back to the Warren. Let's go back to the confirmed tornado over here. It's still confirmed. Let's see if we can get any sense of debris. No, it's too close to the radar at this point. We can get a general idea that somewhere just south of Interstate 45 and northeast of Arcadia, and that'll be crossing the interstate here soon, if not already. And again, since we can't really get that reliable radar data out of this, we suggest that you treat this as a tornado on the ground and seek shelter now. And a massive new severe thunderstorm warning was just issued over here. This is from Apple Springs all the way to Riverside. And again, this is a massive severe thunderstorm warning. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized tail until 2:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. For a cluster of storms moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. So I do expect this line here to start getting severe warned over the next few hours. And I'm going to take this second to quickly grab some water, so I'll be right back here soon. All right, we're back. So let's go ahead and see. I mean, I wasn't gone for that long, so I don't think much happened. But about less than half an hour, we should be getting our next SPC update, and we'll see they stay at moderate or upgrade to a high risk, like they've been considering for a while. And let's go ahead and just cover everything in terms of severe. Columbus, I ignored you for a little bit, so let's go ahead and go back here. So, yeah, that severe thunderstorm is now rolling on up towards Cat Spring. If it does get extended, it will be moving into Peters, Sunnyside, and Belleville. This will be moving. It's currently moving to the east at 35 miles an hour. Warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. This is in effect till 2 o'clock p.m. at Central Standard Time. So if they do extend it more east, I would expect it to be expended all from Peters, probably all the way to the probably way east to Sunnyside. Special marine warning in effect for this confirmed tornado. And again, they have to do this instead of issuing just a tornado warning going through here, because it is a decently sized body of water. But keep in mind that if this thing is still together by then, they'll probably issue another tornado warning once it gets back on shore. It says special marine warning for Galveston Bay until 2:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. And yeah, since it's over the sea, they use knots, moving northeast at 35 knots, which would be equivalent to, I think, 40 miles an hour. And it's the main hazards include water spouts, wind gusts of nearly 50 knots, and small hail. So, and again, that is that confirmed tornado that we've been tracking for a while. And one of the reports from emergency management is that there is multiple homes destroyed between Alvin and Liverpool, substantial debris on parts of on 35. Okay, so that's something that we've been hearing a lot from the scanner recently, and again, we'll get you updates as they come out. So let's go ahead, because I think we covered everything on the warning side of things. Oh, and before we do anything else, I do want to check. Yeah, I'm not getting velocity on this. Yeah, you can see that monster hook approaching Dickinson. And it just crossed the interstate earlier, so that is something that we need to be really worried about. So again, if you're in that polygon, seek shelter now. A confirmed tornado is on the ground. This has been decently long tracked. It was on the ground all the way southwest. I mean, like kind of a better area will be like northwest of Liverpool, and it kind of cycled southeast of Alvin. And then it touched back down again, and now it's been on the ground ever since. Let's go and check in on that supercell over Louisiana now. Oh, and okay, so we do have a urgent update. PDS Tornado Watch will likely be issued soon. And yeah, and a PDS Tornado Watch is a lot more rare than a regular Tornado Watch, and this will be over central Louisiana, western Mississippi, and an eastern part of Texas. So that is some urgent breaking news that we will likely be seeing a PDS Tornado Watch in effect. And looking at the summary, an anticipated primary round of severe storms is expected to take shape soon. A key LCS likely preceded by supercells with all severe hazards expected. Several EF0 to EF2 tornadoes are anticipated, and a few EF3 plus tornadoes are likely. A particularly dangerous tornado watch will be issued within the next hour or so to address the increasing severe threat. So again, that is some breaking news that we have at this time. And once that comes out, we'll go ahead and give you that information. And this is also coming up on the new outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. And again, they've been thinking of upgrading it to a high risk. However, uncertainty has them not issuing it yet. But with everything that is being noted, a lot of people do expect them to upgrade to a high risk. But high risk or not, this is still going to be a dangerous situation for people in central Louisiana and central Mississippi. And I'm sorry if you hear that truck noise in the background. But yeah, we need to really pay attention. We need to stay weather aware. We need to have our devices charged. We need to have a plan in action ready to go in case we're under a tornado warning. For any tornado warning that you're under, if you're under, especially in central Louisiana and western Mississippi, treat it as a tornado on the ground no matter what. This is going to be an event where basically any supercells that can get going will be producing strong tornadoes. And we're expecting the peak of it to occur this evening. Late afternoon into the evening, and then pushing into Alabama and eastern Mississippi overnight. And then if you looked at that scrolling bar for a while, it also continues into tomorrow, where we do have a slight risk over the Carolinas and Georgia and northern Florida. And so it's been continuing into Sunday. Let's go ahead and go back to the tornado warning storms that remain in effect. And right now we do have that circulation near Warren, Texas. And it's actually skirting a little bit more to the west than I thought it would. So because of that, it looks like it's going to be heading straight for Hilster. And so everyone in that polygon needs to be seeking shelter immediately. We cannot get a clear scan of this because it is far away from any radar site. So that is something to keep in mind. If we go down to the south, we also do have that confirmed tornado. Go and look here. And you can see now emerging it from the other side of the radar. So our scan should get more and more accurate from this point forward. And you can see that massive couplet there as it's pushing just near Dickinson. And this will be eventually approaching Galveston Bay before entering Galveston Bay. And then if it's more longer track than that, then it's going to re-emerge on land and then continue on from there. So this has been a decently long-tracked tornado. And yep, there you go. That is that is your rotation right there that's emerging from what I like to call the black hole, because there is nothing here because of how close it is to the radar. And if we check our debris tracker, still not accurate yet. But again, we need to treat this as a tornado on the ground. If we get it from the airport radar, try getting it from that perspective. We're gonna wait for that. We're gonna wait for the scans to download. There we go. You can see that hook echo. It's not as intense as it was before, but it is moving further away from the airport radar, so that's probably why. And again, we do have a lot of reports of damage south of Alvin from this same storm. So this has a history of producing strong tornadoes. So this is something that we need to seek shelter. An interior room with the lowest floor of a sturdy building. And put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Use any way to protect yourself from debris. Like a helmet, blankets, pillows. Anything that you can to protect yourself. As that is a pretty long track tornado. We also do have severe thunderstorm warnings starting to pop up over here along this line. And I think for this, we're going to go over to the Shreveport radar to get a better idea of what this line's looking like. And yeah, there's your main line just east of Shreveport. and that's likely going to get some more severe thunderstorm warnings as this event plays out. But if you look over here, we do have a cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings. All of these are for, if I'm not mistaken, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. And all of these warnings will be in effect. This one over here will be in effect till 2:15 p.m. Central Standard Time, and this one over here will be in effect until 2:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. And looks like the window for this supercell that we've been watching for it to produce a tornado is starting to close as it's starting to merge with the main line here. See if we can get any further updates as this event is continuing to play out. Yeah, we are expecting a PDS tornado watch. And yeah, right now, all signs currently point to a possible upgrade to a high risk. And if they do that, we'll have it here first. So yeah, right now, this storm that has produced a the storm that we've been watching for a while is now starting to approach. That's Route 146 near Balcliffe. So you need to seek shelter immediately if you're in that polygon. And right now, I think we covered everything in terms of warnings. The severe thunderstorm warning in Arkansas has been dropped for a while now, but I'm going to point that out anyway. Let's see if we can get any updates on those tornadoes that have been happening earlier today. A large tornado has been confirmed on the ground. This will be the one in Dickinson. And yeah, that is actually starting to pick up a lot of steam. So we need to seek shelter right now. That is actually starting to become very powerful. I'm going to go to Houston's traffic cams to see if we can get a live look. Okay, right now. Okay, so I'm going to switch over to here. And here's one, and again, none of these are live, but here's one of these from about a few minutes ago. And this is just about to be hit by a tornado. It's complete whiteout right there. And we go over here. Yeah, that camera's down now. You know, so yeah, we're losing cameras. You can see a massive slowdown over here in Dickinson where we had that tornado pass through. And yeah, we'll be getting updates in terms of damage probably here momentarily. And this one over here is very ominous, as we're about to see a tornado cross right through. And in fact, on the radar, which go back right there, is now crossing the highway that Balcliffe is on. And let's see if we got any debris in the air. In fact, it looks like we did have a debris signature right here. If you look on your right, where it dips down to the blues and greens, that is tornado debris. So again, a very strong tornado, and like at this point, I honestly do think they'll probably either have this pretty much worded like a high-end moderate, or pull the trigger and go with a high risk. Everything right now is pointing to a pretty significant event today. And as we get closer and closer, I'm gonna be refreshing the source where we get the SPC outlooks early a lot. So if I go a bit more silent, and that's why. Let me go and readjust here. Okay, let me make sure this is good. Okay, I think this is good. Wait, okay. There we go. So we'll be seeing if they upgrade this to a high risk momentarily, and if they don't, they're probably just gonna have this worded like a high and moderate. And they have kept it as a moderate risk. So yeah, there is no upgrade. Let's see this discussion here. So tornadoes with some strong with at least EF2 damage possible. Severe gusts and hail are expected today, and tonight the threat area will continue to shift eastward across East Texas and the lower Mississippi Valley today, and then over the Tennessee Valley, parts of Georgia, and then the central Gulf Coast tonight. Okay, so this is what they added. Severe probabilities have been adjusted in portions of central and eastern Texas, as well as portions of Arkansas and western Tennessee. These new areas have been impacted by earlier convection, and further destabilization does not appear likely. The remainder of the outlook, the moderate risk area in particular, is unchanged. The corridor of the greatest concern seems to be portions of central Louisiana into southwestern Mississippi. Upper 60s to low 70s dew points are in place, and potential for discrete semi-discrete storms should be maximized here later this afternoon / evening as the mid-level jet moves overhead and the low-level jet strengthens. So they didn't really add too much, so we are not going to be seeing a high risk like people have been thinking. But yeah, right. But again, either way, this is still going to be a pretty this is still going to be a pretty significant event. And actually, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning near HQ here on New Orleans. Let's go and check that out. This will include Laplace all the way to Des Allemands, and this will be in effect till 2:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. We went to the northeast at 30 miles an hour for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. Let's see if I can see that. No, it's very cloudy, so I won't be able to see much out there. But yeah, we also have these storms coming up into New Orleans here, so it might start raining here. Let's go back to Central Louisiana to check out how this has been developing. So yeah, right now that supercell that we've been monitoring, that hasn't really developed the way that I thought it would, but right now it's still pushing its way to the northeast. It still has a lot of time to form something, but that severe thunderstorm warning is still in effect. It's currently being interfered with that storm to its southwest that's merging with. However, we do have another supercell forming over here near Kurthwood, and then another one north of Alexandria, and then some more now starting to head into southern Mississippi. So yeah, right now Yeah, right now the line is starting to push more into northern Louisiana. None of it's severe warned, but it's definitely not weak by any means. So yeah, right now we're gonna be watching that supercell because that's starting to try to hook now. Let's go back to some of these tornado warned storms over to the west in Texas. But we're gonna be seeing a PDS tornado watch later on. And yeah, right now that yeah, actually let's get a bit closer to that. Yeah, right now the this storm that's been on the ground for a decent while is now starting to cross into the Galveston Bay area, and it would not reemerge on land for some time. But if it's still organized by then we could see a new tornado warning being issued somewhere in the Double Bayou area. Yeah, going over here, yeah, we still have this tornado warning up here too. This includes Highway 190. This was significantly shrunk, so Warren is no longer in the warning, and Hillster is still slightly in the warning, but at this point they're clear from the tornado threat from this. Yeah, the rural areas just south of Highway 190 between Woodville and Jasper still remain in the warning, however, so please seek shelter if you're in that area. That's going to be remaining in effect until 2 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. And we won't really get much ground views until later on into central Louisiana, because a lot of the ones in eastern Texas are not working for some reason. I thought when I checked them this morning, they were working, but they have since failed. We also do have some new storms firing over here, just north of Houston. It's likely going to be merging into that line that's forming in eastern Texas. And what we're mainly looking at is, and let me go and update the recent updates. The main thing that we're going to be looking out for is those supercells ahead of the line in central Louisiana into Mississippi. And for that line, and sorry if I'm acting this way, I'm trying to update recent updates. Yeah, so yeah, this line's going to be where all of our damaging winds are going to be coming from, and these supercells ahead of it is going to be where we're going to have all of our potentially strong tornadoes. We already had a few in eastern Texas, but soon in central Louisiana around, I had to say, like 3 p.m. ish, that's where we're going to see that tornado activity really start to go up. The SPC did say that they're going to be issuing a PDS tornado watch for central Louisiana and western Mississippi. So that is something that we're going to be waiting on. And once that comes through, we'll go and let you know. And they're probably going to drop this tornado warning here soon because it's now over Galveston Bay. But again, just because it's over Galveston Bay doesn't mean that we should stop watching it. In fact, it looks like it's more organized over here, so it's probably producing a very large water spout. And once that gets to, and if that's still organized by the time that gets into the double bayou, then we're gonna see that get warned again and then pushed further into eastern Texas. But yeah, right now I think we covered all the warnings again, so let's go ahead and see if we can get any updates from on the ground. Oh, are you kidding me? Yeah, for some reason there's a lot of AI generated footage being thrown around, so be careful of that. Let's see if we can get let's go ahead and I want to check on the supercells in central Louisiana while I get updates from the tornadoes in Texas. And actually they dropped, pretty sure they just dropped both of the warnings. So we're now down to 0 for now. So they dropped the tornado warning that was in effect in south of Woodville, Texas, and they dropped the one near Bald Cliff. But the one for Bald Cliff is not because it's not strong anymore. In fact, it is actually still decently strong over the Galveston Bay. It's just because of how it's just because of how it's over a decently sized body of water, because they can't just issue a tornado warning going across the entire bay. That's not how their protocol works. So they have to issue this special marine warning, and then only then, when it gets back on land, they can issue a tornado warning again. So just because there's no more tornado warning doesn't mean that we should stop watching this. We have to keep watching this until we'll see if they'll issue a new tornado warning once it gets closer to land again. I wish they made exceptions for that, but that's just how the protocols work. Over central Louisiana, it looks like this supercell over here is starting to become more tornadic. It's been trying to become tornadic for a while. It has a tornado possible indicator on it, and this is near Highway 167. So, and now it's starting to get less interfered with. However, this storm over here near Georgetown, Louisiana, may interact with the storm to the west. But apart from that, it has nothing ahead of it. A special marine warning issued for issue for the lake over here, and north of New Orleans, Lake Pontchartrain. Not sure if they closed down the causeway there, but that doesn't really matter at the moment. Some small hail has been reported, and yeah, I think we've covered all the warnings again. So we just got to go back and see if there's any damage. Let's go and see if we got any more damage reports. Oh, tornado warning. Okay, so yeah, Yeah, so this supercell we've been monitoring for a while just got a tornado warning, so we're gonna hold off on that for a little bit. But I do see some damage photos. But yeah, right now a new tornado warning has been issued southeast of Winfield. And this will be in effect until 2:45 p.m. Central Standard Time for a possible tornado moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. And this for a possible tornado and golf ball sized hail. So the supercell we've been watching for a while has finally been tornado warned, and it basically has nothing ahead of it. The only real issue I see in terms of how discreet the storm is this storm just to the west of Georgetown, but it's pretty small, and I don't think it's going to do that much to the storm. Like, apart from that, it basically has nothing ahead of it, so this is something that we do have to watch. So if you're in that polygon, make sure that you seek shelter in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows, and if you do have a basement, go into that basement. But again, if you do not have one, that is okay. Just put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and use anything to protect yourself from flying debris, like a helmet, blankets, and pillows. And just remain hunkered down until the storm passes. This will be in effect again until 2:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. And right now, that is currently our only warning. However, that's likely going to change very soon as the hours tick by. So let's go ahead and go back to what we were trying to get here in terms of the tornado damage. So this is damage from Ryan G, and they don't say which one it is, but this is from one of the tornadoes in northern Houston, and you can see some debris scattered around. And if you go back to that second one, you can see a siding of that house has been ripped off, and that I think that's a shed right there, so it's been moved onto the road. And oh wow, yeah, this I think this is an outbuilding right here in a mobile home that has been completely rolled over. And that leads me to say, if you're in a mobile home in this moderate risk, you should heavily consider, and in fact, I urge you to find a friend's house or a family's house that's more well built, that isn't a mobile home, because the last thing you want to be in is a intense tornado coming right at you when you're in a mobile home, because mobile homes are easily destroyed, and even weak tornadoes, they are the last place you want to be in a tornado event. So again, if you're in a mobile home, just consider spending the night at a friend's house or a family's house, anyone that has a more substantial house. So let's go back to the Galveston storm. It's currently over the Galveston Bay area. And you can see that, again, this is going to be a concern if it maintains that by the time it goes back over land. And that's going to be, and again, it still, I think it still has a lot more to it left. So that's going to be something that we have to be very concerned about, and something that we're going to have to keep an eye on. Let's go ahead. We do have some damage. Oh, and I'm sorry about that. For some reason, I turned the audio all the way up. But we do have some damage. This is from Fast News Network, and you can see This is from New Kearney, Texas. You can see roofs ripped off, and first responders responding to the scene. There's debris scattered. So again, we're just starting on this event, so we're going to be seeing likely more photos of that throughout the day, possibly worse damage. New severe thunderstorm warning from St. Augustine, San Augustine, all the way to Noble. This is on the Texas-Louisiana border. This is for a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail, and will remain in effect till 2:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. See, let's go ahead and yeah, and again, that storm that's over the Galveston Bay area. Yeah, again, that's producing a very intense water spout right now, and that's going to be approaching land soon, probably in less than 20 minutes. Yeah, right now we basically covered everything. So we're gonna find some. Have they released that tornado watch yet? Let's see. No, they have not yet. Okay. And by the way, if you're wondering, they said that they were going to be issuing a PDS tornado watch within the next hour. This is released. This was released nearly an hour ago, so we're likely going to be seeing that released very soon. So that's what we're waiting on now. Recently we had the new outlook from the Storm Prediction Center, and let's go and see what they expanded on that. It looks like they did push the moderate more into a more, it actually now includes southeastern Arkansas, but it also looks like it's been pushed more into northern Mississippi, north central Mississippi to be exact. And yeah, that 15% significant chance for tornadoes now pushed into a very thin part of southeastern Arkansas. They kept the 45 sig, kept the 15% chance for hail, and yeah, they kept that 45% significant for wind. I don't think they changed that in this new outlook. You're currently remaining at 1 tornado warning, and that will be this one over here. Let's go ahead and get an update on that. Currently at 6 severe thunderstorm warnings, 4 special marine warnings, and 1 tornado warning. And it looks like, yeah, now it's really starting to struggle more. So yeah, I think they're probably gonna drop this tornado warning soon. But yeah, it looks like it's starting to be merged into some other smaller storms, into like popcorn storms, as I like to call them, because of how small they are. And if you look over here, In Galveston Bay, 61 mile per hour winds were reported. That was near that tornado. So that might be a little bit that might be some tornadic wind gusts there. Let's go in and drink some water. Make sure to stay hydrated. Okay. So let's go ahead and see if we got any new updates from Louisiana. No new significant updates. Any new damage photos? So yeah, right now I do see a video that I don't think we can share, but I'll post it in the chat here. But we do have some more damage out of Porter Heights that shows trees down and trees down and snapped. Do you see some mobile homes completely shredded? Oh wow. Yeah, and I'll go ahead and post this in the chat. Because I don't think we can share that. Now, another area of concern, and we're going to go to KHDC. Is some of these supercells that are forming here, mainly this one near Centerville, Mississippi. And this is going to be pushing its way. It's already currently in the moderate corridor, and that's going to be pushing its way to the north. So yeah, that's something that we're going to have to keep a very close eye on. There's been a lot of clearing in Jackson, Mississippi, and long term, that's where it's going to go. And in fact, new tornado warning just issued, so let's go ahead and check that out. This includes Mongolia Springs, Roganville, Newton, Farsville, Jasper, and Burkittsville. This will be in effect till 3 o'clock p.m. Central Time, moving to the northeast at 30 miles an hour. And your circulation would be right here, basically on top of Mongolia Springs. It's going to be approaching on Highway 96 for crossing into near Roganville, and approaching Highway 190 for crossing there in between Jasper and Newton for going into the Burkeville, Burkeville area. So if you're in that polygon, seek shelter now. This will be pushing its way into the moderate corridor. Head to the most interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors in a mobile home or vehicle, move to the most substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and use any way that you can protect yourself from flying debris. That could be a helmet, pillows, and blankets. And in fact, a new tornado warning, and this is the one that we've been watching. So this includes Double Bayou and Smith Point and some other communities there. And this is the one we're concerned about, because this has been showing a very strong tornado signature for a while now. And this is now this has crossed all the way through Galveston Bay. This is now starting to come back onshore, and it's looking pretty powerful. So if we're in that polygon, we need to seek shelter now. This is in effect until 3 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. And they actually added a note to this storm. So it says moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. This storm has previously produced a tornado. Another is likely ongoing, but cannot be confirmed. due to no debris over the waters. So they do think that a tornado is ongoing, but they're unable to confirm that. Hence why this is not a TORAR, aka tornado confirmed. So we need to treat this as a tornado on the ground, regardless of the fact that this is not a tornado confirmed. And because this does have a history of producing strong tornadoes, and it's likely going to be producing another one once it gets back on shore. So we have now upticked to 3 tornado warnings. 1 in Louisiana, 1 and 2 in Texas. So let's go ahead and go back to the... Let's go ahead and go back to this radar here. And by the way, the severe thunderstorm warning over Laplace has been dropped. The storm is now over Lake Pontchartrain. And yeah, right now we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning across Interstate 49 between Derry and Gorham, Louisiana. This will be in effect until 3 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. This is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and half dollar-sized hail. And yeah, you can see a lot of more mature supercells are starting to fire. So we're starting to approach that time frame where if we're going to have strong tornadoes, we're starting to enter that time frame, and it will last all the way into the evening hours. Main area of concern, this supercell near North Fort Polk. It has basically nothing ahead of it, and it's starting to mature very fast. Another thing to be worried about is this one near Centerville, Mississippi. This one is not really as discreet, but it's definitely the most powerful of the bunch. And that's going to be pushing its way into the moderate corridor into Mississippi. Another thing to be worried about is some of these cells, leftover cells from over here. Some of these have formed into clusters and lines, but there is at least one decently, there's one semi-discrete one that has a history of producing tornadoes that is going to be making its way onshore very soon. And here, okay, so breaking news, PDS Tornado Watch has been issued. Let's go in and go over here. This is Tornado Watch number 720, and this includes Eastern Texas, Central Louisiana, and Western Mississippi. And if we go to the probabilities, 95% chance, over 95% chance of 2 or more tornadoes, 80% chance of for more significant tornadoes. And as you can see, this is a particularly dangerous situation. Primary threats include numerous tornadoes expected, with a few intense tornadoes likely. Widespread damaging winds and scattered significant gusts up to 80 miles an hour likely. And scattered large hail and isolated very large hail events up to 2 inches in diameter. And we're going to go back to the radar real quick so that way I can get an update. All right. Yeah. Okay. So I just got. I was checking for an update here. So let's go back to this. So going to the summary, numerous severe supercell thunderstorms are expected to intensify through the afternoon over East Texas and Western Louisiana, spreading rapidly northeastward across the watch through early evening. Parameters are becoming increasingly favorable for tornadoes, including strong tornadoes and widespread damaging winds through the watch period. So, again, there is your tornado watch that is in effect. This includes western Mississippi, southeastern Arkansas, central Louisiana, southwestern Louisiana, and eastern Texas. So, yeah, that's tornado watch number 720. And wait, when is that in effect? Okay, so this will last till 9 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. So we're just beginning this event here, and you can see that very strong couplet here on the right, as that's going to be rolling its way onto land here soon. Currently remaining, oh, I did not mean to do that. Okay, hopefully that's fixed. Okay, there we go. So, yeah, that is a very strong couplet there. It's going to be making its way onto land. And that's going to be in between the Double Bayou and Smith Point. So, this is the thing that you need to do. Again, you need to be in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. And if you do have a basement, go into that basement. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Use anything that you can to protect yourself from flying debris. It's going to include a helmet, pillows, blankets, anything that you can to protect yourself from flying debris. And also grab a sturdy pair of shoes, because trust me, you do not want to be barefoot when walking around in all that debris. So we're going to zoom out here so you can get a general understanding of what we're looking at. I'm actually going to switch radars to show the line here. So yeah, and again, this storm over here looks like a powerhouse of a storm. A 60-mile-per-hour winds and a quarter-sized hail. You can see that a decently sized hail signature over there near Millam, Texas. And that's going to be moving its way to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. That will be in effect till 2:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. So again, this is the thing that I was worried about last night. This line is not really that organized as what models were predicting. And the more broken up you have this line, the higher threat that you have for tornadoes, because they can easily form more stronger tornadoes versus if it was just an organized one big line. So that is something that I'm concerned about. And over here, this actually seems to be circulation trying to kick up over here near Bellwood, Louisiana. Let's see what the National Weather Service does with that. And then for this tornado warning storm over here in Louisiana, this one's probably going to be dropped soon because I don't see any circulation remaining with that storm. And I think that the time period of it producing a storm has come to a close. But again, but one of the main supercells I am worried about is the one near Hicks, Louisiana, just southwest of Hicks, Louisiana, because it is very discreet, currently in the moderate corridor, and we'll have a lot of time to develop into something. And again, we also do have to watch these storms over here as they cross the Mississippi for tornadic development. So let's go back to what's probably the strongest tornado of the day so far. And it will be this one over here near Double Bayou and Smith Point. This does have a history of producing some strong tornadoes and producing a lot of damage. This is just about to come back on shore. Probably coming back on shore in less than 5 minutes. And we'll be seeing if anyone does see it back on the ground. Right now it's going to be mainly in rural areas, which is good. However, if you're in that polygon, you need to seek shelter immediately. Some of the severe thunderstorm warnings over here in eastern Texas has been dropped also. And let's go back to the tornado warned storm near Jasper. And we're going to wait for the recent scan. And again, since this is kind of far away from the radar, we're unable to get really reliable data. But from what I can see, I don't really see any rotation at all. But that might just be because we're just this storm is really far away from the radar. So again, remain sheltered in place if you're in this polygon in Berkeleyville, Forestville, Newton, Roganville, Mongolia Springs, and eastern Jasper. And they have kept that tornado warning over there in Louisiana, which I'm kind of surprised with because I don't see any circulation at all. But I think there's gonna be but I think they're still gonna drop this here soon anyway. All right, and then also going back over to northern Houston for a second. New severe thunderstorm warning was issued just now. This includes northern Houston and Interstate 45. This is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. This warning will be in effect till 3 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. Right now, the storm is located just southwest of Tomball, and it will be making its way to the east towards Corleyville, and then cross Interstate 45 into Spring, and then, yeah, Porter Heights, which has already been hit by a strong tornado today, so that is not good for them. And it looks like if that makes it all the way there, and it looks like search and rescue operations there may need to be temporarily halted. Let's see what else we have out here. Yes, and also we do have a few special marine warnings here. I'm not really going to be covering these until they get on land, but I just want to highlight that anyway. And that might actually hit HQ here in New Orleans. Yeah, again, we're just going to check around here, seeing on the areas that we've been highlighting, including, for example, the one near Hicks. Looks like it's not tornadic yet, but it's starting to get more organized, starting to cut through the radar, so some of the data there is not accurate. And then we're going to go over to KHDC to get an update on those supercells crossing into Mississippi. And we're going to wait for the most recent scan. In the meantime, we're going to see if we got any other updates. All right, no, we don't have any new updates. So yeah, right now, this storm near Centerville, we're gonna be tracking that as it pushes into the moderate corridor. For any tornadic development. Right now, it's not tornadic at all, but again, with any of these storms, you really got to pay attention to them. Let's go back to, and again, this something we're probably going to focus on for a while, is this storm here in the Double Bayou and Smith Point area just crossed on land. Do we have any debris signature on this? Yes, we do. Okay, we do have a debris signature on this. We're going to wait an extra scan to confirm it. But if you look on your left, that is our debris tracker, otherwise known as CC. But we're just going to call it debris tracker just to simplify it, because that's mainly used for. But if you look here, you can see where it dips into the greens and the blues, and then that's kind of like lined up with velocity. And keep in mind, velocity is slightly behind. But if you look, but where those greens are, that is tornado debris being picked up. And what this basically is trying to pick up here is if it's rain that's picking up, and so 100% is rain. However, as you go down, it starts to recognize that it's not rain. It could be hail, but most commonly for this, tornado debris. So that's what we're picking up right now. So yeah, it's back. So yeah, it's back down on the ground. So they're probably going to tornado this in just a moment. The tornado warning in Louisiana has been dropped, so that is good news. And for some reason, my mic was really loud for some reason. Let's fix that. There we go. Okay, I think that's better. I'm gonna have this displayed on the other thing here, just make sure that doesn't happen again. Okay, so yeah, the tornado warning in Louisiana has been dropped. Tornado warning remains in effect for Jasper, areas east of Jasper. Let's go to this, and yeah, they just tore that storm. So let's go. So we're gonna go back there in just a second, but I just want to check on the people here east of Jasper so we don't forget those people. But yeah, right now the circulation seems completely gone to me, so I think they're probably gonna drop this here soon. But I would remain in shelter until then. But I do see them dropping that here momentarily. But yeah, here it is. That is a very intense coupling. In fact, if you look where those pixels drop down to yellow, that might be a developing vortex hole. And what that basically means is that those are normally produced by very strong tornadoes. So we're going to wait a scan to confirm that, but that might be a vortex hole right there. And yeah, as you can see on our debris tracker on the right, that is 100% tornado debris being lofted into the air. So seek shelter now. This will be in effect until 3 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. Let's see if we can get an update. All right, unable to get an update yet. Okay, so right now we've been dropping off in terms of severe thunderstorm warnings. We're actually only down to 3. But again, we're really only getting started of this event. It's gonna really pick up here in the evening hours. That's what the National Weather Service agrees on when this is really gonna start peaking at. Mainly in central Louisiana and western Mississippi, but in the meantime, we are currently dealing with this storm here. That has a long history of producing tornadoes, and the new update actually looks like velocity is indeed weaker, and the tornado debris signature isn't as intense, now showing fallout. We're basically just picking up debris falling from the sky, pretty much. So we're gonna wait because this storm has been cycling a lot. So where it's dropped the tornado, then it lifted, and then dropped the tornado, and it's lifted, and now it dropped another one. So we're gonna see if it does cycle back up. But right now, that newest scan suggested the tornado is weakening a bit. And then we're going to go back to Louisiana's radar, where a new severe thunderstorm warning was issued as soon as we went here. And this is a decently sized severe thunderstorm warning. This was the storm that I said looked very strong. And this is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusting quarter-sized hail. This will be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. And this is from Pleasant Hill all the way to Florian. This includes Highway 171 in Louisiana. So, and yeah, right now this storm is currently north of Clare, and the most intense part of it, which is right here where those purples are at, seems to be heading on its way towards Many, Louisiana. And the area is just to the northwest of that location. And just checking out on these supercells here. The one near Simpson, Louisiana, that's the one we've been tracking for a decent while. That one has not become tornadic yet, but we're going to keep watching it because it still has a lot of time to become tornadic. And new tornado warning now. Let's go into KHDC. There's a new tornado warning now in Mississippi. So this includes Centerville, Crosby, Coles, and Gloucester. This will be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Central Standard Time for a possible tornado moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. This includes Wilkinson County in southern Mississippi and Almi County in southern Mississippi. And your circulation would probably be somewhere west of Centerville. No, it's pretty hard to see where it is, but if I had to guess, it's probably west of Centerville. So it's going to be moving its way towards Gloucester. So everyone in this polygon needs to seek shelter now. An interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Again, avoid all windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And make sure. And the best way to protect yourself from debris is a helmet. But again, blankets and pillows will also work. Also, just use anything that you can to protect yourself from debris, because that is the leading killer in tornadoes. And yeah, so we're going to go back to the west again. And again, we're going to be going back to the west for a while. New severe thunderstorm, by the way, up here, including Livingston, from Cavedon all the way down to Shepherd until 3:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail moving to the east at 35 miles an hour. The storm's currently over Livingston. In fact, they're starting to come out of the most intense part of the storm. But the most intense part of this storm right here, of this cluster, seems to be moving its way towards Chester and Woodville later on, if it does get extended out there. We also got another decently intense storm over here near Cold Spring that will be making its way towards Goodrich and Shepherd. So yeah, it looks like the rotation here has fizzled out, but we'll see if it does cycle back up, because this storm has cycled a lot. In fact, it might still be briefly on the ground, because we're still picking up a little bit of debris being lofted into the air. So go ahead and look. Go ahead and just look here. Okay, not much. I was seeing if there was any new damage photos. I haven't found any new ones yet. But yeah, right now that tornado seems to be weakening. But again, this has a history of cycling, so it basically drops a tornado, then lifts, and then drops another one, then lifts, and then drops another one. So yeah, that's something we're going to keep an eye on. But for now, just treat it as a tornado still on the ground and remain in your safe place. Right. Any new tornado damage? Not much. Pretty much showed all of these already. Alright, let's go back to the radar. So yeah, right now we currently do have 3 tornado warnings, 1 in Mississippi, 2 in Texas. One of them is confirmed on the ground in Texas. However, that one seems to be weakening at this time. But we'll see if that one cycles back up. Yeah, right now we do have a discrete supercell over here. And again, I thought this would be producing something by now, but it hasn't really produced much. But yeah, but we'll see what that does as it approaches the interstate near Boise, Louisiana. Check on the storm in Mississippi. Yeah, we do have some yeah, again, I don't see much circulation of this one, but again, it does have a lot of room ahead of it to form something. So yeah, if we're in that polygon, we need to be remaining in shelter until the storm passes. And probably going to be changing something with velocity here soon, so just keep that in mind. Okay, let's go back to this tornado warning storm in Jasper. Yeah, see, I just changed the velocity colors. They're basically the same, but I just want to get more accurate readings out of that. But anyways, right now circulation's very broad on this storm. It will be probably near Roganville if I had to guess. But yeah, everyone at Polygon remains sheltered. But again, I don't really see much in terms of strong rotation. This warning will remain in effect until 3:00 p.m. Central Standard Time. And yes, this is exactly what I meant here, where the storm is starting to cycle back up. So we'll see if it's successful in that. But yeah, this storm has been very cyclic. I mean, we've been seeing this thing drop tornadoes since it was near Alvin, Texas. So yeah, we're going to check. Do we have any debris in the air? Not much debris in the air, but that could actually just be in the remaining debris from if it did lift. But right now it's starting to cycle back up, so that's something we're gonna have to watch for sure. And I'm actually gonna stay on this till we get the next update. In the meantime, we're gonna see if we can get any other new information. Not really much that I can see. We are 3 primary warnings, 1 in Mississippi, 2 in Texas. We do have a few severe thunderstorm warnings scattered through Louisiana and Texas as well. None of them are very significant, but they're still there regardless. Yeah, right now so we're gonna go through these severe thunderstorm warnings as we wait for the next scan. So yeah, right now this severe storm over here by Interstate 45. It's warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and penny-sized hail, and again remains in effect till 3:00 p.m. Central Standard. It's just about to cross the interstate and then onto Spring and Porter Heights, and it looks like we got a new. And it looks like this storm over here northeast of Porter Heights is starting to bloom more. That might need a severe thunderstorm warning here in the future. But yeah, right now the main area that is under that warning is going to be crossing Interstate 45 any moment. At any moment. So we're gonna go over to this one up here, and again, this is a cluster of storms that is pushing its way eastward, slowly eastward, for a 60-mile-per-hour. Currently has 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail, moving to the east at 35 miles an hour. Will remain in effect till 3:15 p.m. Central Time, and I think by this point the new scan should have came in. And yes, so yeah, it's starting to intensify more again. No debris in the air, so it's probably okay, wait, and then let me check. Yeah, so the reason why we're probably not picking up any debris is because it's mainly over just farm fields. So this tornado could still be on the ground. It's just not hitting anything. So again, we're still going to treat this as a tornado on the ground. So seek shelter now. They're about to probably extend this here. They're going to be extending this here very soon, if I had to guess, all the way towards Stillwell. And then up towards Interstate 10. Yeah, going back up here to this cluster. This cluster is currently pushing its way to the east. Livingston is starting to leave the most intense part of that storm. Same with Cold Spring. Goodrich is starting to be hit by one of the clusters, but it's not really that intense. But yeah, Chester would be next. Woodville will be next. And yeah, right now for our people here, it's just been round after round of severe weather. And that it will remain that way for at least the next 1 to 2 hours, probably more. And then our severe thunderstorms up here. In fact, there's a new one issued up here that we're gonna get into, but we're gonna give updates on these two so we don't forget our people up there. But yeah, right now on the velocity side, we're actually starting to pick up. We're actually picking up some decently strong wind gusts on this along Highway 171 all the way up to Pleasant Hill. Still warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail until 3:15 p.m. Central Standard. The most intense part of this is just about to approach Many, Louisiana, then Belmont, Louisiana, and then after that, Fort Jessup and then Robeline, Louisiana will be next. And then as we go over here, and then we'll see if they extend this here momentarily. But if they do, this severe thunderstorm will be moving towards Highway 167 for crossing there, southeast of Winfield, before crossing Highway 84. Currently warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar-sized hail till 3:00 p.m. Central Standard Time. And then for this, for one of the new ones that just got issued over here, west of Enterprise, Louisiana, this will be warned until 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. And in fact, a new tornado warning just got issued, so we're gonna have to pop up there. In fact, a few more just got issued. So yeah, just really quick, we do have this storm here west of Enterprise until 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour, for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. And yeah, so let's just quickly go up here to this tornado warned storm. This will be in effect until 3:30 p.m. Central Standard for a possible tornado moving to the northeast at 30 miles an hour. On top of the tornado, half-dollar-sized hail is also included in this tornado warning. The circulation seems to be, if we can get a better radar. No, this isn't a radar dead zone, so we're not going to get that much reliable data. But from what we can see, the circulation seems to be over Kelly, Louisiana, before making its way. I'm going to turn off highways because it's kind of blocking the view a little bit. Yeah, but it's going to be making its way up towards Clarksville, Louisiana, and then Grayson and Columbia. So if you're in that polygon, seek shelter now. An interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Again, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We also do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. So yes, they did extend this one. This is in effect till 3:30 p.m. Central Standard, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and half-dollar-sized hail. This is moving, and this thing's going to be moving across north central Louisiana, near Georgetown, and those areas in general. And I do want to quickly rush through that real quick because again, they just extended this tornado warning storm into Stelwell. And again, it's starting to see. Let's check debris. Okay, we might have a new debris signature forming here, so this tornado may be back on the ground. And it could actually have been on the ground this entire time, because if you look, there isn't anything in terms of any structures it can hit. So that's why we're not seeing not much of anything on a debris tracker. So this is a radar confirmed tornado moving to the east at 35 miles an hour. Until 3:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. And this will be approaching Route 124 south of Stillwell. But if you're in that polygon, seek shelter now. That has a history of producing strong tornadoes, and we're seeing a continuation of that tornado pushing its way into the rural areas of Texas, of eastern Texas. Let's go ahead and check back on the warned storm in Mississippi, and then we'll go back to the one in Jasper, near Jasper. And yeah, you can start to see more circulation starting to form over here near on top of Gloucester. This will be moving to the northeast here. Long term, if they do extend it, we'll probably see Meadville and kind of along Highway 84 be included, as well as Highway 98 northwest of Smithdale, Mississippi. This is currently in effect till 3:15 p.m. Central Standard Time, moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. And then also, okay, so now let's go back to the one near Jasper. We're going to wait for it to get up to date. Again, the circulation is very broad. Again, I do not know why they're still continuing this. So I just don't see any circulation here. However, if there is, it will probably be near Newton, Texas. So yeah, Roganville, you're in the clear in terms of this tornado. Mongolia Springs, you've been in the clear for a while. And eastern Jasper, you're pretty much in the clear at this point. But Newton, Burkeville, and Farsville remain in your safe place until the storm passes. And we're starting to get pretty powerful signatures now from this. We're not getting any data where it really matters most, where these where these two colors meet at. We can probably get an idea from CC. Not much debris, but again, it is over a very rural area. Yeah, I highly think that this tornado has been on the ground this entire time. just from how even with the lack of debris, because I just feel like it's just been over rural areas. It hasn't been able to hit much. So let's go ahead and zoom out. Going over here real quick. Centerville has been placed out of the warning, so you're in the clear. New tornado warning now in effect. And let's go over there. If we can, please. Okay, so yeah, this is the best we're gonna get. So here's your other circulation. I was gonna point that out, but I wasn't. I didn't think it was. It was hard to tell if it was circulation or not, or just a side lobe. But there's your circulation right there. That's actually pretty compact circulation moving to your northeast. And then this will be in effect till 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, moving to the northeast at 30 miles an hour. The other one near Grayson now is starting to yeah, we have a storm near Grayson that's starting to cross into there. So if you're both of these polygons, seek shelter now. Okay, so wait, okay, so let's go back to that storm real quick. Oh, and yeah, that is powerful. So that is going to be that's going to be southwest of Stillwell. So seek shelter now if you're in that polygon. It looks like we do have a strong tornado on the ground. Yeah, so yeah, if you wait, let me pause it at the end. There's your hook right there. There's your circulation. That is a strong tornado on the ground. So seek shelter immediately. If you are in southwest of Stillwell, they're probably going to, and because of how long track this is, they're probably going to extend this even further as it gets closer and closer to southern Port Arthur. So yeah, please seek shelter now if you're in the path of that storm. Again, it needs to be in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors in a mobile home or vehicle, evacuate to most substantial shelter to protect yourself from flying debris. And just put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Use anything that you can to protect yourself from debris, because that is the leading killer in tornadoes, including wearing a helmet. And you can even use pillows and blankets to protect you. Use anything that you can to protect yourself from debris. They have also extended this tornado into Winsboro, Chase, and Gilbert. Basically from Baskin all the way to Enterprise. This is until 4 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. But yeah, we're getting very powerful signatures from this storm. So let's go over here. Right, we're going to remain on this for a little bit to get the next update. And we do have an update. The tornado warning storm is now a PDS tornado warning. That is a particularly dangerous situation. This includes Port Arthur, Taylor's Landing, Fannett, Netherland, and yeah, and even more communities here. This will be in effect until 3:45 p.m. Central Standard Time, for a strong tornado moving to the east at 50 miles an hour. So yeah, they have just extended this into Port Arthur, and it's a PDS tornado warning. In fact, I haven't updated the tour count in a while, but we're currently up to 8 warnings. So yeah, things are starting to heat up. And also update, they dropped the tornado warning by Newton in east of Jasper, downgraded to a severe thunderstorm warning that crosses into western Louisiana. So they also extended this tornado warning storm into, and wait, let me get to KHDC. They also extended this, like I called out, onto Medville and areas along Highway 84. And this will be in effect until 4 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, moving to the northeast at 30 miles an hour. So now is your time to go to shelter right now. You are now under a tornado warning. But the main elephant in the room is a strong tornado on the ground. Let's see if we can get a live view out of Port Arthur. We're probably not going to get much of anything, because it's not close yet, but that will change. I'm trying to find... trying to find if we can get anything in Port Arthur. But we do want to provide a bit of live views here. Here's one out of Jasper, where we had that tornado warning storm. Starting to rain a little bit. Nothing much here, but this area wasn't a tornado warning not too long ago. That has since been dropped. And then if we go over to... and then we'll get... and also here's a live view out of Lake Charles, Louisiana, where we had a tornado confirmed a few hours ago. I don't have much damage photos on that, but I do know from what I've heard that there was a tornado confirmed there. And very cloudy out there. We'll be seeing some storms chug along into the Lake Charles area momentarily. And now, I can probably get this to load. Here is a live view out of Port Arthur, which has just been placed in a PDS tornado warning. There's no audio on this, but you can actually see it's getting pretty windy. And you can see some clouds out there, but this area is now under a PDS tornado warning. And as that storm gets closer and closer, we'll go back to this camera more and more often. And here on Watching the Skies. We were currently... Okay, so yeah, one of the warnings did get dropped. I'm not sure what that was. And while we were looking at that, it looks like we do have a confirmed tornado over here in Mississippi. And let's go ahead and take a look at that. So yeah, this right here, radar confirmed tornado. A tornado was confirmed. Moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. This will be in effect till 3:15 p.m. Central Standard Time, and we'll probably see this get upgraded to a TORAR momentarily to account for that. But yeah, so we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground. Let's see if we can check our debris trackers, see if we have anything. Don't see much. So they probably saw something else that we aren't seeing that warranted it. So yeah, again, if you're in this, if you're in these two polygons, seek shelter now. Confirmed tornado on the ground. Yeah, if you look, that has a very classic hook echo to it. You can, and yeah, that's a very classic embedded hook signature. We do have the signs to show that this is a that this is a pretty strong tornado on the ground. Now, again, the most important thing is that this is not really hitting much, so we're not picking much on the debris tracker, but keep in mind that this is likely a large tornado on the ground at this time. And Port Arthur is included in that PDS tornado warning. So again, everyone in these two polygons, seek shelter immediately. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Another severe thunderstorm warning in these clusters of cells is the one that includes Warren, Hillster, Mongolia Springs. And you see, Mongolia Springs, you're back under the gun for a severe thunderstorm warning. And it extends all the way down to around Everdell, north of Everdell. This is moving to the northeast at 60 miles an hour. For a nickel-sized hail until 4 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. So right now we also are getting reports of, unfortunately, a fatality from Brazoa County in Texas. Yeah, this is but yeah, if we go back down to this storm right here, this is a very, oh yeah, that, last time we checked it, yeah, now we're checking it, this is an intense tornado. This is a very strong tornado, and that vortex hole right there, that is an indication of a very strong tornado. So again, if you're ahead of this, please seek shelter now in the most interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you're outdoors in a mobile home or vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter to protect yourself from flying debris. If you have a basement, go into that basement. If you don't, again, that's fine. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And protect yourself from debris. That could be a helmet, blankets, pillows, anything that you can to protect yourself from debris. Make sure you grab a sturdy pair of shoes because you do not want to be walking around in that debris. This is a dangerous situation. And this is a PDS tornado warning all the way up to Port Arthur. And this is by far the strongest tornado of the day. Yeah, so right now we're just tracking that as it just crossed Route 124. And hello. Hello to the person in chat. Your name is Oliver, I think. Forgot. It's been a while. But yeah, right now yeah, for the new people tuning in, we're currently tracking a PDS tornado warning. That includes Port Arthur. They've gone ahead and fixed the coloring on that. Yeah, so this is a particularly dangerous situation. A extremely dangerous tornado moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. And if we zoom in, yeah, again, from these scans alone, we are confirming that this is a intense to violent tornado on the ground. And this is going to be getting dangerously close to Port Arthur in the long term. Yeah, everyone in these polygons needs to seek shelter now. We don't have any cameras out there because it's very, very rural. And if we check CC, and yeah, again, we're not picking that much debris, but that's because it is literally basically over nothing, thankfully. But if you are in these rural areas, seek shelter immediately. So yeah, zooming out here, we currently have these tornado warnings, which I want to check back into. So it's going to tap into the Central Louisiana radar. And then quickly check this. So we're currently tracking this circulation developing over west of Extension, Louisiana, moving to the northeast towards Winesboro, Louisiana. This is in effect until 4 o'clock p.m. Central Time. And moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. And then if we go over to the one near Columbia, that circulation has pretty much fizzled out, so they might drop that one soon. But yeah, the main elephant in the room right now is this very strong tornado in effect. And I think the new scan should have came out by now, and yeah, there it is. And if we go here, has it hit anything yet? Might be hitting stuff now, unfortunately. But yeah, that is a very strong tornado. And then if you see this drop off on the left here, and this is something that we've seen in the last scan, and actually in the last few scans, this drop off, kind of like a donut hole, that's a vortex hole. And basically, just simplifying it, it basically only happens in very strong tornadoes like this. So that's a massive indicator that we have a very strong tornado on the ground. And then also they went over here. Let's go over here real quick because they dropped that tornado confirmed over there by Golster. Yeah, that's currently now a broad circulation over here approaching Highway 98. However, the thing is that it basically has a very loaded environment all to itself. So that's something we're going to have to track in the long term to see if it does produce any strong tornadoes. Because right now it's very discreet. And just to highlight this again, Then about an hour ago, the National Weather Service issued a PDS tornado watch, including eastern Texas, southeastern Arkansas, central Louisiana, and western Mississippi, effective until 9 o'clock p.m. tonight. So here is your new scan as this thing keeps chugging its way to the east. And yeah, again, I've been saying this a lot, but again, this is a very strong tornado that we're seeing right now. And the environment ahead of it, unfortunately, seems to be extremely loaded. So, unfortunately, it feels like that this tornado is going to be very long-tracked. And this tornado has already been long-tracked. We've been tracking this storm-producing tornadoes all the way here, southwest of Alvin, Texas. And, we do have a live view out of Port Arthur, but the storm is too far away to really see it, but I do want to check it anyway. So yeah, here is your view out of Port Arthur. It's still pretty windy out there. Not too many clouds in the sky, but do not let that fool you. There's a strong tornado on the way. And we're gonna start seeing a lot more rain starting to fall here as that supercell gets closer and closer to the city of Port Arthur. But yeah, the environment ahead of it is very loaded, so it has the environment to sustain itself for a very long time. The only way this thing is gonna die out is if somehow one of these storms interferes with this tornado, or if it gets in its own way. So basically by just choking itself out. Those are the only two ways I see this dying. And you're moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Just saw you post that there. Our new scan gives me a little bit of hope because it looks like it's not as intense, but it's only one scan, so I want to wait an extra scan here. But the thing to also keep in mind of this storm is that it's been very cyclic. So it's been producing a tornado, then it lifted, produced a tornado, then it lifted, and then produced another one, lifted, and now produced another one, and you get it. So this storm is very cyclic. So it's even if it looks like it's dying out, it can quickly get back to becoming a strong tornado. But again, it's only one scan, so I want to see the next scan before saying anything about weakening. As we go down to 4 tornado warnings. So the main part of this event we're expecting to start by the evening hours. That's when it's going to really start to peak. Tornadic activity starts from now all the way around, all the way till like 9 or 10 p.m.-ish. However, severe weather will continue onwards overnight into the Carolinas. But it will mainly just be damaging winds by that point. But we're expecting tornadoes from eastern Texas, what we're seeing right now, all the way to western Alabama. And we'll try to be live for every step of the way. Yeah, it looks like the tornado is starting to struggle more. So that is some good news. Let's check higher in the atmosphere. Yeah, there's still some very strong upper level rotation. So I feel like this is only just a cycle. So I feel like it's probably gonna reorganize itself here momentarily. And so yeah, again, if you're in Port Arthur, and in fact they actually shrunk that warning a bit more, but Port Arthur, I would remain in your shelters. Because this tornado has been very long tracked, and I don't see a way how it doesn't make it to Port Arthur. The only way I see it not making there is if it gets in its own way. So some more of the warnings here have been dropped in Louisiana, now down to just one. Which is the one near Winesboro. And right now, the good thing up here for people up here in north central Louisiana is that none of those cells have really produced anything significant. However, we are worried now towards central, like this part of central Louisiana and this part of western Mississippi where I'm highlighting with my cursor here. So basically from Alexandria all the way up to Jackson for the next few hours of tornadic potential. Yeah, we do have some other severe thunderstorm warnings. One of them near one of them across northern Louisiana and the Arkansas border here for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail moving to the northeast at 60 miles an hour until 4:15 p.m. Central. We also do have another one over here by Georgetown for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail until 3:30 p.m. Central. So those are some of the other severe thunderstorms that we're tracking. See how this storm's doing. Yeah, it looks like it's trying to reorganize itself right now. Do you have any debris signatures? Again, I mean, to be honest, we really can't use debris signatures here because of how raw it is. But it looks like it's approaching some sort of development here. So we'll see if the debris spikes up on CC. Yeah, the rotation is still very much present. And it does have a loaded environment ahead of it. Let's get an update in terms of tornado damage. And again, we do sadly might have a fatality from one of these storms in Texas. Here is some of the damage out of Porter Heights, where we have one of those strong tornadoes go through. And yeah, one of the fire stations got hit. You can see you can see some of the roofs ripped off here, and yeah, just sheet metal scattered around. Yeah, very bad damage out of Porter Heights. And that was from Nathan Moeller. Reporting out of Porter Heights. Let's go ahead and go back to this storm real quick. I want to zoom in and wait for the next update here. New confirmed tornado in Mississippi. So let's go ahead and go to that. That's the storm that we've been tracking for a decent while since it was in Louisiana. So this tornado here has been confirmed. It's actually a PDS tornado warning, looking at the warning text. It's moving to the northeast at 30 miles an hour. And that'll be in effect till 4 o'clock p.m. Central Time. So this is actually a PDS tornado warning in Mississippi. Let's see if we have any debris on it. Yes, we do. We have our debris signature right there where that red box is. And this is going to be moving to the northeast towards McCall Creek and Highway 84. So if you're along Highway 84 from Medville to McCall Creek, seek shelter now. A large tornado has been confirmed on the ground. I want to see if we can get, see if any of those spotters have posted anything about that tornado. No, I don't see any. So yeah, but we do have a PDS tornado warning regardless. Approaching, seems like it can be going in between Ediston and McCall Creek. Let's go back to that other storm real quick near Taylor Landing. So yeah, the debris, so yeah, right now we're starting to pick up more of a debris signature, so it might have just hit that development that I highlighted earlier. But yeah, it's starting to become more organized again. So yeah, again, this is a very cyclic storm, so it's probably going to be sustained for a lot longer. We'll probably see a new warning extended into Port Arthur, into the entirety of Port Arthur, into some parts of southwestern Louisiana momentarily. Let's go on and go to Shreveport's radar to get an idea on the line of storms that's forming over there. And another thing we got to be worried about is flash flooding in the area, because like places like Shreveport have been getting hours of rain. We'll continue to get hours worth of rain. So we're gonna get we're probably gonna see some flash flood warnings start popping up here. Yeah, the main line is again not really developed. There's some parts where it's fully formed, but some parts where it's broken up. And the parts where it's broken up is where we're gonna be worried about for tornadoes. And then, okay, where else do we need to go? Okay, yeah, back to Winsboro. Go and switch to Central Louisiana's radar. Yeah, it does. Yeah, we'll go back to there after we give an update on this. The circulation is approaching Winsboro soon. We'll probably be there in a few minutes' time, so go ahead and seek shelter now if you're in Winsboro. This tornado is going to be on your doorstep soon. There's going to be in effect until 4 o'clock p.m. Central. It's also important to mention that this tornado I've been tracking here, that seems to be the strongest one so far of the day, is only in the slight corridor. It's nowhere near the main risk. So that's something to keep in mind. Yeah, this tornado is still on the ground and will likely remain on the ground for a while. Let's go back to the camera in Port Arthur. If we can get that shown. See, okay, there we go. So it's starting to rain more as that supercell is starting to enter the city of Port Arthur. I don't know where this camera is facing, but I think it is facing nearly directly at the supercell from what I can see with the clouds. But yeah, it's starting to get more windy. But conditions here are going to rapidly deteriorate here. And we'll, of course, check back in more often as that supercell gets closer. Right now, it looks like this tornado might go a little bit south of Port Arthur. However, there is still some development there, but yeah, so like this looks to be going for southern Port Arthur. And also, they just issued a special marine warning out there in front of it for when the storm gets closer to there, but that's not important right now. And we're still seeing that tornado debris signature and that vortex hole, where again, that's normally that normally indicates a very strong tornado, is still present. So yeah, again, this tornado has been on the ground for a while now. All right, KHDC radar. Let's go and check back in on the storm in Mississippi. And yeah, again, this is also kind of in a bit of a radar hole, but we get a general idea because we do see that tornado debris signature southwest of McCall Creek. They just extended this, I think. Oh no, they just removed some areas out of it. But yeah, this is rolling on up towards Highway 84, and McCall Creek seems to be directly in the path from what we can see on the debris signature. So McCall Creek, seek shelter now. You have a tornado a strong tornado, in fact, heading directly in your direction. And Medville, you're in the clear, and Medville and areas around that, kind of along Highway 98, you're in the clear. And a new confirmed tornado on the ground. Let's go ahead and go check that out. And again, this is a massive radar hole. I think... Let me quickly see what radar will be closer to this, because we need to get the best data possible. That's 8,000 feet away. And this would be... Okay, yeah, so we're going to go to Jacksonville's radar for this. Yeah, confirmed tornado on the ground near Winsboro. This is going to be hitting Winsboro directly, momentarily. So seek shelter now if you're in Winsboro. This is a confirmed tornado moving to the northeast at 45 miles an hour at 3, and this will be in effect till 4 o'clock p.m. Central Time. So all 3 tornado warnings have been confirmed on the ground. Oh, wait, okay, wait. Let's go ahead and check. I'm just checking to see if there's any storm spotters that have reported anything. So yeah, okay, so yeah, right now, okay, so yeah, out of Liberty, Mississippi, so yeah, it'll be this one over here. Yeah, yeah, way north of Liberty, Mississippi. There's a photo of a wedge tornado. I can't share it because it's from a chaser, so I'm gonna post it in chat of that wedge. There we go. So yeah, that would be in the one in Mississippi. So if you're in McCall Creek, seek shelter immediately. Let's go over. Oh yeah, and now we have a new tornado confirmed. This includes from Leesville all the way to Fullerton. This is a radar confirmed tornado moving to the east at 35 miles an hour until 4 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. And yeah, there's now 4 confirmed tornadoes. So let's see what got this confirmed. Yeah, I think I see where it got confirmed at. So yeah, right here near Leesville. And that looked to be a very brief tornado. I don't see much circulation anymore. So that might have been issued too late. But yeah, we'll of course track that. But yeah, if we play this back, you can see, and I'm also gonna have the debris tracker on. You can see one here, and there was another one up here. So we had possibly had 2 tornadoes up there before that one got warned. Both of those have likely lifted since then. Now I want to get I want to get a view of this tornado from Lake Charles perspective. Oh wow, okay, that is a very strong tornado. So yeah, it did cycle a little bit, but now that's a lot more intense than what was being shown on Galveston's radar. So yeah, Port Arthur, seek shelter now. I know you're not in a tornado warning yet, but please seek shelter now because this is a very long track tornado, and this is going to be mainly south of Port Arthur, and that's by far the strongest one of the day. Yeah, right now let's zoom back in to the storm in Port Arthur, and now it's probably raining a lot more now that the supercell's pretty much starting to. And actually, yeah, they turned the camera. Let me show this. They actually turned the camera. I think this is now facing directly at the supercell. And you can see some lightning activity. And this is where we have a confirmed tornado, large tornado, heading into the Port Arthur area. I don't think there's a way where I can get this to be always on screen, but we'll be checking back in more often as that storm gets closer and closer. Getting more, we're starting to get more photos of the tornado in Mississippi. That looked like to be a very large tornado that happened there. And let's see if that one's still on the ground. Yeah, that one is very likely still on the ground. Yep, so that's basically going to be directly over McCall Creek. Probably on top of it right now. So yeah, a very strong tornado hitting McCall Creek right now based off the tornado debris signature. After that, it will remain west of Brookhaven, mainly remaining over the rural areas of Mississippi. Yeah, we have 4 confirmed tornadoes across the south, and we're only just beginning. New mesoscale discussion was issued. Let's go ahead and get that shown. That was actually issued 18 minutes ago. So damaging wind and tornado potential increasing. So the severe weather threat for Tornado Watch 720, that's the PDS Tornado Watch, continues. A maturing KLCS with a prominent Boeing segment and several small supercells may pose an increasing threat for tornadoes and damaging gusts over the next couple of hours. So yeah, this mesoscale discussion covers the area of southeastern Arkansas, western Mississippi, and northeastern Louisiana. And let's go back to his that Port Arthur storm is still on the ground, and looks like there was a debris spike. I'm not sure what it hit here, but it hit something. And right now, this is actually starting to turn a bit more eastward. So hopefully it keeps moving east because it will take it away from Port Arthur and into even more rural areas. So the good thing about this storm is that it's mainly been exclusively in rural areas. Let's see if we have any new tornado damage photos. So we do have some drone footage of the tornado that hit Porter Heights. I'll let this play out for a second. I'm actually going to increase the speed a little bit because we do have some tornadoes that we got to get to. But yeah, as you can see, very catastrophic damage. Mobile homes destroyed. Houses have their roofs ripped off. And yeah, again, this is just a... And yeah, it's just one of those strong tornadoes that we had today. We'll go. So yeah, right now they have not extended this yet. I don't know why they have not pushed this further into Port Arthur. And now speaking of that, go back to the camera there. Oh, okay, wait. I think the camera might have just went down. Okay, never mind. It's back up. So here's your new view out of Port Arthur. Lightning activity is increasing the last time we checked. And somewhere in that wall of rain is a large, intense to violent tornado. And right now it's currently turning. Oh, wow, you did. Wow, you saw that lightning strike right there on the left of the camera. But yeah, like I was saying, where this tornado was going, it looks like it's gonna remain south of downtown Port Arthur. And I'm hoping it keeps turning east, so that way it misses Port Arthur entirely. But for everyone in Port Arthur, remain in your shelters until further notice. And yeah, that tornado debris signature is really starting to pick up. And oh yeah, that's probably one of the most strongest scans that we have so far out of this thing. So it's hitting some stuff. I'm not sure. Might be some trees there. But yeah, this is starting to approach Port Arthur. This is a very strong tornado. We now have 5 confirmed tornadoes. I'm not sure if one of those is an extension. Okay, one of those is an extension. So real quick, let's go over there real quick to cover that, because I do know that did produce a wedge tornado. And probably still has a strong tornado on the ground. And yeah, that is still a strong tornado on the ground. Just hit McCall Creek. Now the new warning, that is a PDS tornado warning, has this going all the way up to Hazelhurst. Now includes Interstate 55. So we should have cameras out there when it gets there. And I'll get that ready to go. But yeah, if you're in that new polygon, seek shelter immediately. Trying to find. Oh, none of those are. Yeah, for some reason all the cameras in Mississippi are not working. And quickly going back to the storm near Port Arthur, and I highly doubt we're gonna see this tornado on the camera. But there's your live look out there. And remain sheltered in place until further notice. Another thing that I forgot to check is how many power outages are we at now? Okay, so right now, like 60,000 outages, 47,000 in Texas, and 17,000 in Louisiana. That's like going to tick way higher. So have your devices charged, and there you go. There is that tornado warning now in effect for Port Arthur. This is a PDS tornado warning till 4:30 p.m. Central, moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. So Port Arthur, time to head to shelter right now. Head in the most interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. And if you have a basement, get into your basement. And if you don't, that's fine. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Use anything that you can to protect yourself from flying debris, such as a helmet, blankets, and pillows. And make sure you grab a sturdy pair of shoes just in case you have to walk out in debris. And yeah, this is a very strong tornado we've been tracking for a while now. And this will be making its way into Port Arthur momentarily. This also does include parts of southwestern Louisiana as well. So seek shelter now. Checking the other warnings. Okay, just making sure that we're not missing out on anything important because we're about to focus on this one. Let's go to Port Arthur again. And this is just moments after we had that PDS tornado warning extended into Port Arthur. And I'm pretty sure this is facing directly at the storm. And this thing is likely going to be hitting southern Port Arthur. And camera's buffering, so hopefully it did not go down because we need this camera. That's not good. We need this camera. Alright, I'll try getting that back. But in the meantime, yeah, this is still a very powerful tornado. Let's go back to the one in Mississippi, because I know that's something that we also have to keep an eye on. Because of a large tornado there. Let's see. So yeah, right now the TDS is a lot more larger, which could be sent to debris fallout, which would be good because that means that it's not picking up any more debris, meaning that the tornado lifted. But for now, everyone in this polygon remain sheltered in place, treated as a tornado on the ground. And also, really quick before we go back to Port Arthur, I want to see if there's any new circulations forming with this one. Because there was 2 tornadoes that I saw, but both of them died. And there is not much I can see. Okay, so let's go back to Port Arthur. See if we can get that camera back. I highly doubt we are. There is not much I can see. Might see one. Hold up. Which ones are working? Yeah, I don't think we're getting that. Okay, let's go back. Yeah, we currently have a large tornado about to hit Port Arthur momentarily. As we just crossed to 6 tornado warnings. There is now one in northern Louisiana. Let's go to a KHDC. And also I just got a photo of the environment in Jackson, Mississippi, and it's very loaded too for intense to violent tornadoes. So that's something we got to keep an eye on later on. And keep in mind, we have this cell right here going directly towards it. So that could be a bad situation unfolding soon. But yeah, we do have a new tornado warning for Darlington and Felixville. Effective until 4:30 p.m. Central, moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. And yeah, it's mainly mostly over rural areas. So yeah, for right now, we're not really going to pay too much attention to it yet because of this storm right here. And yeah, right now this is just about to hit right now Port Arthur, mainly northern Port Arthur here will probably be spared. It's mainly the southern part of Port Arthur that we're really worried about. And yeah, this is about to hit in the next few minutes. New mesoscale discussion just came out. As we wait for that, we'll quickly go through that. And it says here, intense long-lived tornado potential continues. It highlights Port Arthur, Cameron, and areas southwest of Lake Charles. This is concerning Tornado Watch 720, aka the PDS Tornado Watch. Discussion: a lone supercell across far southeast coast of Texas has produced a likely intense tornado that may have persisted for over 90 minutes. It is likely still to be in progress. Even if this tornado dissipates soon, parent steady state supercell will continue to move along the coastline with continued significant tornado potential for at least the next few hours. So that is something that we really have to watch. So I was drinking some water. I gotta stay hydrated. So let's go over to this area here. And yeah, right now this has been producing. Okay, so yeah, this is likely a tornado in progress here. And you can see these little notches along this line. Those are normally indicative of what we call KLCS tornadoes. And these are normally these are pretty weak, short-lived tornadoes, but some of these can be pretty strong. And we currently have one right here, north of Fullerton, Louisiana, and another notch to be worried about right here to the southwest of Fullerton, Louisiana. So yeah, this has been producing some tornadoes over here, which is why they're still continuing this. And of course, we also have that tornado warning storm over there by Hazelhurst. Let's see. Yeah, they still have that as a PDS. Okay, let's go back to Lake Charles. With the Port Arthur storm. So yeah, it's about to hit at any moment. It's probably directly hitting right now as we speak. Yeah, right now, new photo came in of a strong tornado on the grounds of near Brookhaven, Mississippi. So this one's still producing a strong tornado right now. I haven't been able to test that out yet, but I'll probably do it after the stream. But yeah, right now there's gonna be approaching Interstate 55. Okay, let's go back to Port Arthur. And yeah, there it is. It's starting to hit right now. Hopefully seems to be just to the south. But most of Port Arthur is currently being spared from what is a very intense tornado. And now it's going to be going through the Sabine Lake or reaching back onto land and then further continuing into Louisiana. And see y'all, Oliver. Stay safe out there. But yeah, there's your tornado debris signature. And yeah, that is southern Port Arthur where we're seeing that. New severe thunderstorm warning, including Alexandria, Louisiana, until 4:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. Moving to the east at 50 miles an hour for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. All right, and someone just helped me get cameras to... All right, that is very helpful. Okay. It's not letting me wait. Yeah, right now I'm just trying to get some cameras set up in Mississippi as the Mississippi tornado is about to hit. All right, so with that, we're going to go ahead and check for any new tornado damage. But yeah, right now the storm near Port Arthur has started to hit southern Port Arthur. We do have a new report of McCall Creek of someone trapped in their house from a tornado that moved through, and there is debris blocking Highway 84. They have extended the tornado warning into Chambers, Louisiana, for those KLCS tornadoes that we've been talking about earlier. So yeah, this storm had just hit southern Port Arthur. Now starting to cross into Sabine Lake. And will be eventually crossing into Louisiana. And we'll do, Oliver. Yeah, a new tornado warning extending into Warden, Delhi, Tyndall, and Dunn. Includes Interstate 20 until 4:30 p.m. Central, moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. So yeah, we're going to start focusing a bit more on the Mississippi storm. We do have a live view out there that I'm trying to set up right now. Yeah, this is approaching Interstate 55 near Brookhaven. So yeah, as you can see, there's that circulation. I'm going to go ahead and highlight that. There's that circulation over there where my red box is, pushing its way and to the northeast. This could get dangerously close to Hazelhurst. And then also... And also, I do want to check. Do we have that camera back in Port Arthur? We do, but it's complete whiteout conditions over there. You can see some of the lightning strikes. But yeah, it's complete whiteout. You can't see anything. And remember what it looked like earlier too, if you've been here for a bit. You could see the city, but now you can't. It's just complete whiteout. And we just went down to 5 warnings. Yeah, right now, the main thing is this storm near Port Arthur as well. Okay, there we go. So one of the cameras we'll be looking at a lot more on is this camera near Terry, Mississippi. This is along the interstate. In long term, we'll be seeing that tornadic supercell make its way into this camera's vicinity. So we'll be so that's something that we'll keep an eye on. And I'm gonna have this opened here so I can get back to it. There we go. We haven't tapped it into a scanner in a while, so let's go ahead and do that. I think we should tune into... Kind of interested to see what's going on in McCall. Because that looked like to be a very strong tornado ripping through there. So let's go through there. And let's see, do we have any coverage? And that is Franklin County. Okay. Okay, found it. Oh, forgot it plays an ad first. Oh yeah, radar just appeared, my bad. Forgot it plays an ad first before it starts, so I'm just gonna have that turned off for now. But you can start to see, if I remove all this clutter, that's on screen. You can clearly see... Come on. Okay, there we go. You can see that line that we're worried about extending from northeastern Louisiana all the way down to Texas. Now, the main things that we're going to be worried about from this point forward will be this supercell here, for example, that's been producing a violent tornado for a while, but mainly these supercells ahead of the line. That's the ones that we're going to be worried about, especially one heading into Jackson, where we have a loaded environment. And just to get a better view of it, let's go over to the central Louisiana's radar. Okay, I do have the scanner now. And now that will be for the one that hit McCall Creek. Okay, here's your line right here. That's gonna be where your damaging winds are gonna be. And then after that, and then, well, I mean, while that's happening, you're gonna have these supercells here, these prefrontals, that's gonna be causing all of those strong tornadoes later in the day and later into the evening, where things are really gonna hit the fan. So after all of that, let's go ahead and turn everything back on. And here you go. This is currently crossing. This just crossed into Louisiana just now. And this tornado has been on the ground for a while, and it will be eventually coming back on shore into like the marshland area before we start worried. And let's go and listen to this update real quick, if there's one. I guess there isn't. Okay. But yeah, the things we're gonna be worried is areas south of Lake Charles in the long run. And we'll see if it sustained itself. So far, it's sustained itself for a while now. And so yeah, that, and again, this one has been on the ground for a while. It's been on the ground all the way since I can't even find it again. Yeah, since here in Alvin. So let's go back to this tornado warning. So I want to see how it's developed since then. You know, and this tornado warning over here hasn't really developed that much, but it's starting to enter into that moderate corridor. We're expecting these supercells to really start strengthening. So yeah, especially like some of these storms that are firing over here and eastern Louisiana is going to be our main concern. From this point forward, let's go back to Mississippi. Let's get an update. Let's see if this storm Mississippi starts a CC drop. No, it does not, but again, it's heading into a very loaded environment, so I won't be shocked if it's able to recycle into something. Severe thunderstorm warnings. We do have a few of those. You know, southeastern Arkansas, all the way to and again, basically all the way to eastern Texas, where that line is. Severe thunderstorm warnings are scattered throughout. Let's go and go through these real quick. So this one up here, the biggest one, for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. This includes southeastern Arkansas and northeastern Louisiana. And this will be in effect till 4:15 p.m. Central. And it's moving to the northeast at 60 miles an hour. Let's go ahead and, again, click on the central Louisiana radar so that we can get a better view of it. And then as that loads up, we're going to show you that there's another severe thunderstorm warning here over Rayville and Interstate 20 for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail until 5 o'clock p.m. Central, moving to the northeast at 65 miles an hour. We got another one right here. This is a smaller one, but this is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and a quarter-sized hail until 4:30 Central, moving to the northeast at 50 miles an hour. And that would be mainly west of Baskin. You got this one over south of Winsboro, Louisiana, until 4:30 p.m. Central Time, moving to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. And then going down further south, we have the storm over Alexandria, which I do want to get cameras for that for when that hits. And this will be for 70-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. This will be in effect till 4:45 p.m. Central Time. And also there's a tornado warning just south of it that's been producing some quick spin-up tornadoes. So yeah, we'll be getting a live view of Alexandria here shortly. And finally, we have this tornado over here by Liberty, Texas. For 60-mile-per-hour winds, a quarter-sized hail until 4:15 p.m. Central. Moving to the east at 40 miles an hour. So let's go ahead and get some live cameras. And just go in here And while that loads up, we're going to go ahead and check in on the Port Arthur tornado. All right, zooming in. Yeah, this tornado still looks intense. That it actually weakened for a little bit and cycled back up. And that's been the common theme with this tornado. This is still a PDS tornado. We'll likely see this get extended further into Louisiana. And now areas like way south of Lake Charles and between Cameron and Lake Charles is our next main concern. Mainly, this is currently located over swampland at this time. And Brookhaven has been is no longer near that tornado warning in Mississippi. Some areas have been put out of that warning. And also that wait, let's go back to that tornado in Mississippi. And also we do have the cameras out of Alexandria as well that we're gonna show here in just a second. And there we go. So yeah, right now the rotation isn't as strong as it once was. It did drop a very large tornado apparently about like 30 minutes ago. But again, it's heading towards a very loaded environment, so that's something that we have to be concerned about if it does recycle, because this storm is very discreet, it has nothing ahead of it. And that'll be making its way up towards the Jackson, Mississippi area. And if I had to guess, probably about 45 minutes. Currently on my, I have a thing that shows like the exact timings, but I haven't been able to get it working yet. So just zooming out so you can get a general understanding of what's happening. We pretty much covered all of the warnings so far. So let's see if we can get an update. This is from Port just south of Port Arthur. This is, you can see some of the power lines blown down. And not much apart from that, but and actually you can see some of the trees in the background also blown down as well. Now, the main thing I'm hoping is that it did not hit Port Arthur, but there was some development south of there that it might have hit. And let's go ahead and go to that traffic camera. That would be in Alexandria, because we do have some strong storms pushing in. And right now that storm is trying to recycle. And also we do have a confirmed tornado south of there. Radar confirmed tornado until 4:30 p.m. Central. So yeah, right now this is starting to hit Alexandria. 70-mile-per-hour winds potentially packed into this. So we do have a few cameras to pick from. So we're just going to go through all of these here. And so nothing much here. Here's one of them from central Alexandria. Things are getting very shaky out there as we're about to see pretty strong winds. And camera just went down. Let's go ahead and have this in a multi-view. So just give me 1 second to get that set up for you. If it's going to let me. There we go. So yeah, let's go ahead and get that ready to go. So we can see this go through Alexandria. Yeah, things are getting very shaky on both of these cameras. 70-mile-per-hour winds are currently hitting parts of Alexandria. Let's full screen this one real quick. This one's getting extremely shaky. So yeah, again, if you're driving, please pull over. Cameras down. These cameras go down very fast. Oh, we might have just lost all of them. These are probably very strong winds hitting Alexandria at this time. Yeah, so that's probably all we're going to get from Alexandria. Let's go back to the radar. Yeah, as you can see, very strong line of storms pushing through Alexandria at this time. Yeah, and just something to point out, new severe thunderstorm warning for Lumberton in Texas for 70-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-sized hail. So not something you want to mess around with. And this tornado and Port Arthur storm is still chugging. Now fully into Louisiana. This thing is still on the ground. And that is just... like this tornado has been on the ground probably since... Double Bayou, with more tornadoes happening since, all the way since Alvin, Texas. So a very long track tornado there. The Alexandria now being hammered by dangerous winds from what we can see on the camera. So seek shelter if you're in Alexandria. There's also a confirmed tornado warning to your south. And now this is starting to get close to the point where we can probably get cameras on this Mississippi storm. So let me get that. So here is one out of Terry, Mississippi. And this should be facing directly at the storm. Now, it's slightly too far away for us to make out any details, but as that storm gets closer, we'll have much more of a clearer shot of this storm. Now going back to the tornado warning storm in northern Louisiana. If it loads, there we go. This is currently moving to the northeast here. Circulation is very broad, but it's currently west of Darlington, and will mostly remain over rural areas of St. Helena Parish. New severe thunderstorm warning now, extending down towards Point Blue for 70-mile-per-hour winds until 5:15 p.m. Central, and also tornadoes are possible. So yeah, this line is starting to become extremely intense. With probably very intense winds starting to hit Alexandria at this time for what we've seen on the cameras. Especially how fast they went down. So going over here, we're going to see if we can get some new tornado damage. Oh, we got some big time damage near Boone, Mississippi. This is the one that was near McCall Creek. You can see this mobile home is completely tossed around. And then that church is completely destroyed. So some pretty bad damage. So going through some, okay, so a new tornado warning was just issued. Let's go through that now. This is all the way in northeastern Louisiana. This includes from Oak Grove all the way down to Warden. And this is in effect till 5:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. For a possible tornado moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. That's from a transfer. That's from Oak Grove to Warden. And now, yeah, again, we pretty much covered everything. Well, we could probably check in on Port Arthur storm. And yeah, this tornado is still intense. This thing has been on the ground for a while now. And yeah, I mean, at this point, places like Hackleberry long term, you might need to look out for this, especially areas just south of it. Like from Cameron all the way up to like Sulphur is the areas that really need to watch out. And they just extended the tornado further. This is still a PDS tornado warning until 5:15 p.m. Central. Just short of Hackleberry, but at this point, Hackleberry, I would start taking tornado precautions because this tornado has been on the ground for a very long time. And this thing has a history of producing what appeared to be a violent tornado earlier just southwest of Port Arthur. Yeah, damaging wind wise, which there's a 45% significance for damaging winds. We're starting to see a lot more of it across here in central Louisiana. Alexandria got smacked by some damaging winds. Don't know if those cameras are back up. Yeah, we also have a confirmed tornado warning near Forest Hill along Interstate 49. So that is something that you need to take cover for if you're in that warning. And especially just along this line in general. Because there's going to be damaging winds and possible KLCS tornadoes, which can spin up very quick. See if you got any new damage photos apart from the one that we had in Mississippi. Here is some more damage out of Splendora, Texas. You can, yeah, that, again, this is very bad damage. I mean, I'm pretty much stating the obvious here, but again, like, this is something that you have to take seriously. And, unfortunately, we already did have a death confirmed from, our sources, somewhere in eastern Texas. Yeah, right now I'm just waiting for some new information to come out. Flash flood warning also issued by the way southeast of Woodville until 7:30 p.m. tonight. And that's also going to be one of our other primary threats of flash flooding too. The tornado warning has been extended into Mississippi as well. And that will be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Time for a possible tornado movement to the northeast at 25 miles an hour, so a bit more on the slower end. So it's, and also new severe thunderstorm warning west of St. Joseph, Louisiana, for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar sized hail until 5:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. You also do have some thunderstorms coming on shore in southeastern Louisiana. So that's something that we might have to pay attention to. And we'll just keep an eye on that just in case. I'll be moving its way towards probably like Alabama area, like Mobile, later on tonight. New flash flood warning has been issued for Leesville, Simpson, and other parts in western Louisiana until 7:30 p.m. tonight. And I was going to check on the tornado in Lake Charles, Louisiana. And this next scan is a promising sign that it might finally be weakening. But of course, since it's so cyclic, we have to see if it does spin back up. New tornado warning over here in eastern Louisiana. And this is in effect for Tenville and Richmond along Interstate 20 until 5:30 p.m. Central for a possible tornado movement to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. One of these sites over here reported a wind gust of 81 miles an hour. And there is also 64 miles per hour reported near Alexandria. So yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go ahead and refill my water bottle real quick. And I'll see you in just a second. All right, I'm back. So go ahead and see if we have any new information. Okay, so last time we checked, there's been a lot of photos of a lot of damage. And there isn't much. Well, it looks like it's kind of slowed down a bit, so moving on. So let's go ahead and check on the tornado in Lake Charles. Yeah, trying to spin back up, and we'll see if it does manage to spin back up. Yeah, now the cell is a lot more embedded into this line, so we'll see how that plays out. Tornado warning near Hazelhurst has been dropped completely. However, this supercell could still be something worth monitoring because it's heading towards a pretty loaded environment, so let's just keep that in mind as that continues to move towards Jackson, Mississippi. So right now we're down to 3 regular radar indicated tornadoes and 1 confirmed tornado. So let's see if any of these warnings have been upgraded. But yeah, this line here is really starting to get going near Elizabeth. Oakdale will be next, and then Turkey Creek, basically from Harrisburg all the way down to probably around Jennings. We're seeing a very powerful line of storms about to hit that area. The tornado confirmed there was dropped, so now the only worry as of this moment is a confirmed 70-mile-per-hour winds. Check power outages here, and they have not really ticked up too much. 22,000 people out in Louisiana and 45,000 people out in Texas. But that's going to change once we get to the damaging wind side of the event later tonight. So, yeah, now we're starting to see flash flood warnings appear. And that's going to be one of the other main concerns. I mean, I'm shocked how they haven't issued one for Shreveport yet, or just anywhere in that general area, because that's been being rained on basically the entire day. So, I'm shocked how they have not issued a flash flood warning yet, but we'll see if they do decide to issue one momentarily. Now, has this tornado over here finally died? Not really. It's definitely nowhere as powerful as it once was, but it's still there, and this storm has been very cyclic. So again, it's been touching down, and it's been touching down and lifting, and touching back down and lifting, and we'll just see if this if it's gonna cycle back up for the millionth time. So new severe thunderstorm warning in effect from Jennings all the way up to Reeves until 5:30 p.m. Central, moving to the southeast at 35 miles an hour for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So this line here is probably the most powerful part of the line. No, it is the most powerful part of the line. And I want to see if there is any views we can get. All the cameras in Alexandria are still down. They're probably going to be down for the rest of the event. Yeah, we don't have any cameras out there for a while, so. But regardless, seek shelter immediately. Treat it as a tornado, and head to the most interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. We also do have some flash flood warnings up here too. Let's see if you have any new information in terms of tornado damage. In Mountville, Texas, one person has been confirmed dead, and 4 people are injured. That's from one of the tornadoes that hit there. And also, we do have some reports of power lines down, and sheet metal thrown around. Also, a trailer flipped over, and Conroe, Texas, that's near Houston. It looks like soon these 2 lines are going to be connected into one main line, and that's going to be pushing its way to the east. So let's go over here and see how these storms are forming, because those are the main ones that we're going to be worried about for tornadic development. And right now we do have one main cell here, and if we go up to Jackson's radar, we do have another one here to be worried about too. Yeah, right now this is kind of transferring to a linear system. Worst damage of the day that I've seen is that one church. And I'll go ahead and show that. It is this church here. I'm pretty sure it was in the one near Mississippi that we had. That one violent tornado in Mississippi. Excuse me. Someone's pointed out that there is also mid-level drying that is helping these storms to weaken, but they say it's temporary. Could be temporary. But right now, in terms of central Louisiana, thankfully, we have not had any major tornadoes there. That was one of the main areas we were worried about. We did have a few tornadoes confirmed there, but they were not as strong as we think we're going to be. However, Mississippi is going to be our next concern later on into the evening hours. Right now, the main line is really starting to get more organized, really starting to become more powerful. And again, 70-mile-per-hour winds from Alexandria, Louisiana, all the way down to Jennings, Louisiana. That is probably the strongest part of this line. And it looks like, yeah, it looks like this tornado is really struggling to stay together now. So hopefully that is finally the end of that one. After it's been on the ground for a while. And you can start to see that little rotation there as it approaches Peoria, Louisiana. I mean, Mississippi, excuse me. That's going to be moving to the northeast at 25 miles an hour. Will be in effect till 5:15 p.m. Central Time. Okay. So we'll see if we can get some new information. We do have a new damage video that we're going to share here in just a second. And this is also out of Splendora, Texas. That one we could not share. Okay. Well, yeah, I'll post that in the chat anyway for people that want to see that. And right now this is moving to, now for this one, looks like this tornado is finally dead. It is fully merged into this line now. We'll be merging into this main line up here soon. This warning will remain in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central. But it looks like finally the Port Arthur tornado is finally dead. New severe thunderstorm warning, however, all the way over here from Clayton all the way down to New Era, Louisiana. It's along that line that's forming. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail until 5:30 p.m. Central Time. And also, I do see some more footage of damage from Mississippi, and this one we also cannot show. I'll go ahead and post that in the chat also. And the tornado warning over here has cut out Louisiana entirely. The part in Louisiana entirely from that. However, still remains in effect for southern Mississippi and Pereira, west of Interstate 55. The severe thunderstorm warning for Alexandria has also been dropped. Tornado warnings remain in effect over here in northeastern Louisiana. They're in a massive radar hole though, so we're not unable to get that much reliable data. But from what I can see, I think there might be some circulation over here south of Transylvania along Highway 65. It's in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Time. for a possible tornado moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. So our next SPC update, if I'm not mistaken, should be at around 7 p.m. I think. Yeah, 7 p.m. So that's when we'll get our next SPC outlook. So yeah, right now, and also on top of that, we do got reports of more damage in Splendora, Texas. We've been getting a lot of damage photos out there that shows a pretty bad tornado happens. That was that was the first tornado of the stream. Yeah. At this point, they're probably going to drop this warning here very soon. That's in effect west of Hackberry, Louisiana. That tornado seems to be finally over. I'm currently still at 4 tornado warnings, 5 severe thunderstorm warnings, and 3 flash flood warnings. Forgot to turn on special marine warnings. One of the flash flood warnings all the way up there, all the way up to the north, has been dropped. And we're kind of entering a period where we pretty much covered everything, so we're just waiting for new information. Yeah, right now you're tuned into Watching the Skies. We've been live for over 4 hours now, and we're going to continue to be live for across the evening to cover this as this tracks into Mississippi. And Mississippi is next in terms of severe weather, and then this thing will start to reach Alabama, but by then the tornado threat should be diminished by the time it gets to Alabama. And of course, over time, we'll get to the Carolinas. We also do have and also there's been some straight line wind damage reported. There's some power lines down in the Galveston area. not where those tornadoes tracked over. So straight line wind damage is also occurred there. Also want to point out that we do have some storms firing over here in Louisiana. And that's going to be some of those prefrontals that we're worried about as they get into Mississippi. Yeah, right now let's go ahead and check on the tornado warning over by Lake Charles, which seems to have lifted. And, well, this is not done yet. Seems like we got new rotation trying to kick up here. And we'll see if that does form into anything. And if that does, that'll be crossing to Route 27 south of Hackberry. Yes, yeah, these supercells are going to be the ones that are going to be worried about in the long term. Right now, central Louisiana, in terms of tornado activity, has not panned out the way that we thought we would, thankfully. There's been a few tornadoes there, but it's not been the strong tornadoes that were used to, that were being predicted. New tornado warning in effect into Mississippi, including Rolling Fork. This is from Easthill all the way down to Valley Park. This will be in effect until 6 o'clock p.m. Central. We went to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. So we have a tornado warning in effect for Rolling Fork. And this will be in effect till 6 o'clock p.m. Central. And the sun's starting to go down a bit at HQ. And we do have some, in our viewing area, we do have some scattered storms around our area, but nothing much. Flash flood warnings here and there. More damage out of Texas. And I feel like here we'll probably take a small break. And then we'll come back, give or take around 15 minutes. So yeah, thank you for tuning in so far. We're going to take a small break here, and then we'll be right back. Okay, we are back. Let's go ahead and get everything ready to go. While we were away, there's a new Torr in effect. This is along Interstate 49 from St. Landry all the way to Croach Springs, which will be in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central, moving to the southeast at 50 miles per hour. Now let's go to our local radar site to get a better look at it. And there's your notch right there where your tornado would be. And yeah, that's your tornado right there near Whiteville. And yeah, if you're in that general location, seek shelter immediately in the lowest, seek shelter immediately in a substantial building. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. The entire line is basically severe warned at this point. And right now, this is mainly a linear event. We have not had much tornado activity recently, apart from that tornado warning that was issued. The only places that we're mainly watching is like places like New Cary and possibly this place, apparently this area near Richmond. Severe thunderstorm warnings are now being pushed into Mississippi. The one in Medville for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail till 6:30 p.m. Central. The only big storm of note will be the one near Macomb, Mississippi, and that will be crossing the interstate momentarily. But apart from that, there isn't really strong supercells here. And yeah, right now there isn't really much left to talk about. Now we do have the new severe thunderstorm warning being pushed into Vicksburg for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Now we also do have a tornado on the way towards Rolling Fork, which we all know got devastated by a tornado recently. New tornado warning for Macomb, Mississippi. Let's see if we can get a live view out of that. No. However, this is approaching the Interstate I-55. This morning will be in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central, moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. And actually, they just extended it even further. Now into Brookhaven and all the way into Rockport. So they expect this to be a pretty long tracked one. This will be in effect till 6:15 p.m. Central, moving to the northeast at 50 miles an hour. And still basically no cameras out there. Yeah, we do got some rotation on the way towards Rolling Fork as well as that confirmed tornado. There's a damage. There's a few damaging wind reports. One out of Turkey Creek. Trees reported down across the community. Up here, we got numerous public reports of trees down around the town of Delville. And your rotation would be right here, southeast of Whiteville, moving its way towards the Lemoran area. And then, yeah, so if you're in if you're in these tornado warning polygons, seek shelter now. We also got this, we also got some more notches to be worried about. That could be producing tornadoes. Oh, hello, sorry. Hi Oliver, how's it going? Let me fix my chat because I didn't see that for some reason. There we go. So yeah, storm. Looks like the rotation is starting to die out as it approaches Rolling Fork. And this is like the only major storm out here in front of the main line. That's a tornado warned as it makes its way towards Brookhaven. But yeah, right now, central Louisiana, for the amount of tornadoes that you missed, you didn't really miss too much. Looks like the event hasn't really performed like as well as we thought we would. Mainly in central Louisiana, but now it's starting to all be pushed to Mississippi. And then, yeah, I think that's everything. See if we have any new tornado damage that we can show. Yeah, and also I'm pretty sure this is from Port Arthur when that tornado hit. When we checked it, it was It was complete whiteout, so yeah, we saw some power flashes. There's some power flashes there. You see a bit of debris too. Yeah, this is around the point where we started tuning into that camera in Port Arthur. Um, and also, no, there's nothing else. Yeah, this has mainly been uh linear for central Louisiana. The tornado threat for central Louisiana is pretty much over at this point. So far on the day, one fatality was confirmed in Texas, with multiple people injured in Texas. I did not hear anything about fatalities or injuries in Louisiana. Um, see, power outages. They also haven't really gone up that much. Currently remaining at 5 tornado warnings. The next outlook should be in about 2 hours' time. However, I might have to go by then. But we'll see. Oh yeah, while we were away, the Port Arthur tornado finally dissipated. Uh, if I play it back, dissipated somewhere south of Hackberry. Was no longer tornado warned. However, I do see something interesting right here. Just southeast of a Grand Lake, so that's something to pay attention to. Oh, and also, okay, so yeah, we do have some rotation kicking up here. Near Richmond. This is actually tornado warned right now, and that will be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Central. It is northeast of Richmond and north of Interstate 20. We'll be crossing into Mississippi momentarily. That confirmed tornado in Louisiana that does not have any circulation to it left, so that's probably going to be dropped soon. Oh, that's a PDS tornado warning. Southeast of Lake Charles. So so we have a new PDS tornado warning. I literally just said moments ago that it looks like the tornado is finally done, but here it is again. Southwest of Lake Arthur, moving to the east at 35 miles an hour until 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. Yeah, there's your rotation right here along Highway 27. And again, this would just mainly be over swamplands, not really hitting anything. And as for like very long term, it'll be a very long while before it heads to any kind of civilization. So that's good at least. We're also starting to track this tornado north of Macomb. This is like the only powerful discrete storm in Mississippi. New severe thunderstorm warning from Woodville down to Irwinville. See, all these severe thunderstorm warnings are being pushed eastward from this line. Circulation has passed through Rolling Fork. Doesn't seem to be on the ground. Let's get an update from those tornadoes in Texas or anywhere really. Cars flipped over. And in Corone, Texas, as well as roofs ripped off. The worst of the damage seems to be from Conroe, Texas. That got hit pretty bad. And where was that one place again? Yeah, Splendora. Yeah, Splendora and Conroe seems to be the two hardest hit places today. So yeah, right now we do have 2 confirmed tornadoes in Louisiana. Let's go and check on the one over here by Palmetto. Seems to be pretty weak, but still confirmed, so seek shelter now. And this PDS warning storm starting to weaken a bit more. It seems to be pretty brief. But considering what the storm has done, I don't blame them for issuing that. Again, these notches along the line are going to be, we're going to be worried about in terms of tornadoes along this line. This one doesn't seem to be tornadic yet, but you can see that little notch. That's an indicator of rotation. A rabbit for dinner. That's interesting. Oliver. And the sun has fully gone down here, so this event's pretty much now nocturnal. And from these warned storms right now, there isn't really much left to cover. We do have, well, yeah, the rotation on this storm is starting to weaken. And that's like the only major storm, discrete storm out there. We do have a special marine warning for this storm right here that's going to go on shore later, probably about an hour's time. And also power outage wise, we have more of an uptick. 37,000 people out in Louisiana, 42,000 people out in Texas. So make sure you have those devices charged, because you could be losing power from this line here. That is 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts packed into it. And a new tornado warning just popped up over here in Louisiana. This will be in effect until 6:15 p.m. Central Standard Time for a possible tornado moving to the east at 50 miles an hour. This is from Lettsworth to Wakefield in Louisiana. Yeah, well, while we kind of have this a bit of a down period, I do also want to quickly say that we're going to be posting kind of like a year recap. Should be probably this Monday. That's going to recap everything that happened this year in the channel's first year of operation and what's going to be in the future. So I hope you're interested in that. And also, what else I was going to say? Oh, yeah, and also we might be making a documentary or two probably in January and February as well. And then let's go ahead and see. Yeah, no further updates yet. Let's go back to that tornado warning storm southwest of Lake Arthur and see if that reforms. And it hasn't really. It looks very broad to me, so they're probably going to drop that PDS tag very soon. However, I do see a little notch trying to form here, so it might be trying to do something. Wait, let's see if they dropped it. No, they haven't yet. Okay. Right now, up here, we had like 3 tornado warnings up here in Mississippi, but that's only been dropped down to 1. Oliver, I said we're probably gonna be making a few documentaries in January and February on some weather events. Looks like this circulation near Brookhaven's trying to tie in itself together. And no debris yet, but that's something to keep an eye on. New severe thunderstorm warning issued from Jennings to Morse, Louisiana, for 60-mile-per-hour winds until 6:30 p.m. Central, moving to the southeast at 30 miles an hour. Checking back in on this, and looks like this rotation over here in Mississippi near Brookhaven and Monticello is starting to really get itself together, so we're gonna have to pay attention to this here. Let's go ahead and check the upper levels on this. It does have some solid upper level rotation to it. Yeah, this will be north of the route. Do you have any debris in the air? No, not that I can see. Yeah, that's something we're gonna wait on the next scan for. Do you have any cameras out there? I doubt it because of how rural that area is. Plus, it's starting to become nighttime, so... Yeah, we don't. This will probably be one of the last storms we track for this stream because I do have to go soon. But yeah, just to recap everything that has happened so far. We started off the day with tornadoes in Texas. One of them was very long tracked through Galveston, then to Port Arthur, and then to southwestern Louisiana. And then we did have a few other tornadoes, including a fatality elsewhere in eastern Texas. That seems to be where all of our activity was so far. And the central Louisiana didn't really perform the way that we thought we would. That was mainly where that PDS tornado watch corridor is placed. Now this line is now being pushed into Mississippi. We're currently tracking this tornado heading up towards Highway 84. So if you're in Oma, Sotang, and Wanadella, take cover now. I gotta drink some water. There we go. This warning will be in effect until 6:15 p.m. Central Time. And yeah, now Fayette, Port Gibson, Vicksburg, Redwood, Holly Bluff, Silver City is all starting to be impacted by this storm. There was actually a new severe thunderstorm warning from Yazoo City all the way up to Greenwood in Mississippi that just got issued until 6:45 p.m. Nothing much. We just went down to 4 warnings now. Average has been like 4 to 5 so far for the last hour or two. And that would be that confirmed tornado warning in Palomino, Louisiana that was dropped. Probably later on, and I don't know if we're going to be live by then, but probably later on, HQ here in New Orleans is probably going to take a little bit of this line on the southern side. Yeah, right now our main area that we're going to be watching for the remainder of the stream is this supercell that's currently about to cross Highway 84. Yeah, new tornado warning was just issued for Woodville, Mississippi, Centerville, Mississippi, Gloucester, Mississippi, and Crosby, Mississippi, Liberty, Mississippi, too, and Wilkinson, Mississippi. Effective until 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time for a possible tornado moving to the east at 50 miles an hour. It'll probably be one of those embedded storms. Let's go to the Hammond radar. We do have some more damage wind reports here. There's mainly just a lot of trees down along the Alexandria area. Yeah, now the rotation here in Mississippi is approaching Highway 84. We also do have some smaller storms forming here. Even one west of Crystal Springs. Got a few popcorn storms here across southern Mississippi and northern Louisiana. I should be merging of this incoming line soon. Yeah, Sontag, you're in the path of this circulation. You need to seek shelter now. And the warning was just shortened to take Ruth and parts of Highway 54 out of the warning. But Sotang remains in it. Sontag. Actually, yeah, I think you say it's Sontag. My bad. And that just went confirmed. Okay. So you have a confirmed tornado now in effect until let's see 6:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. This is a radar confirmed tornado moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. So this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. And that would be your TDS signature right here, where I'm highlighting. So after a bit of a quiet period, we do have a new confirmed tornado, and this one is pretty discreet, and probably the only storm that's probably going to tap into this environment. The only discrete storm that will tap into this. This is now approaching on Sontag, Mississippi. And hold on, let me fix my stream chat real quick. And there we go. Yeah, and right now for this storm down to the south, it's been kind of coming and going, but nothing too significant. But yeah, here is your confirmed tornado. If you're in that polygon, seek shelter now in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building, wood windows, and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and use anything that you can to protect yourself from flying debris. This could be a helmet, blankets, or pillows. You have a confirmed tornado on the ground, approaching Sontag, Mississippi. So again, just zooming out here, you do have all of your tornado warnings across this line here. These are likely going to be quick spin up tornadoes, and then wind gusts of 60 to 70 miles an hour is now starting to enter Mississippi. We also do have a few storms offshore that's about to go into Alabama and Mississippi. But yeah, there's your classic hook echo. That's going to be moving to your northeast. So yeah, seek shelter now. Check the debris tracker. I don't see any debris left, so if there was a tornado, it was probably very brief. Yeah, now tracking this near Sontag, and we're going to be tracking that as it goes towards a more volatile environment. So yeah, that is your tornado moving into Sontag. Let's see if we have any new information on that tornado. No, we don't. However, we do have, however, from St. Landry, over in Louisiana, we do have a report of tornado damage there. But nothing from this storm right here. New severe thunderstorm warning and tornado warning for into Mississippi here. This one is west of Jackson for this tornado warning until 6:45 p.m. Central Time for a possible tornado moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. The severe thunderstorm warning is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail and will remain in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. With these lines of storms here moving towards Jackson, moving at northeast at 60 miles an hour. So we currently have this confirmed tornado warning here in Mississippi, and we have this newly issued one over here west of Jackson, Mississippi. And also that tornado warning down there got dropped. Hopefully for the final time, but that thing's always been trying to come back. Replaced by a severe thunderstorm warning until 7 p.m. Moving east at 35 miles an hour for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. But yeah, this rotation here is really starting to tighten up more, so we might see this drop again soon near Sontag, Mississippi. So currently at 5 tornado warning still. As we're about to roll over here to 6 o'clock p.m., which will be an hour out from the next SPC advisory. So this is about to go on up towards Winona and Oma, Mississippi too. So if you're in that polygon, seek shelter now. And then further on, Georgetown, Harrisville, Shivers, Braxton, and Piney Woods. You're gonna have to pay attention to this as this gets closer to you. We do have a live view from Vicksburg where that line is starting to really really hit. Let's go there. You can see a lot of lightning activity there. This is also near where we have that tornado warning. We're definitely not going to see any signs of it here with how it's nighttime now. But you can see a lot of thunder here. I mean, you can see a lot of lightning here. Cars are slowing down. So yeah, please be very, very careful if you have to drive. Going over a bit more to the... Oh, so, wait, never mind. The other camera's down. And then if we go over to Westview, this is just west of Jackson. If you look up here, there, right there, you can see that, you can see those shelf clouds. You can see that shelf cloud from the incoming line of all that lightning activity. And eventually, that line will be here, just west of Jackson, and then further on to the east. And that's also facing directly at the part of the line that is tornado warned. Let's go back to this tornado warned storm near Sontag, where we do have where there's no signs of debris, but we still have that rotation signature as it's passing just east of Sontag. We'll be eventually going towards Wanalala and Oma, crossing Route 27. More damage reports coming in from this line of power lines down, trees down, all across central Louisiana. So it's definitely been more of a wind event for them rather than a tornado event. And then I do want to go ahead and quickly check out the storms in near Mobile, see if they're up to anything. Just looks like regular thunderstorms to me for now, although there might be a little bit of a rotation signature there. New confirmed tornado, let's go ahead and check that out. In southern Mississippi. This includes Centerville, Gloucester, and Liberty. Until 6:30 p.m. Central, radar confirmed tornado. Let's see where they got that. Unless I'm viewing this from the wrong angle here, I don't really see. Your rotation would definitely be here west of Centerville, moving to the east. So if you're in that polygon, seek shelter immediately. And then you also got this other warning here that they're probably about to drop here soon because I don't see any circulation. But yeah, we're going to wait for the next radar update on that. We're also seeing this rotation starting to kick up here. Just southwest of Route 27, northwest of Reggaeton, Mississippi. Now this is approaching on Route 27. We'll likely go in between Oma and Monteala. And sorry if I'm not speaking that much. I'm starting to get pretty tired. But I'm gonna stay alive for y'all. But yeah, new severe thunderstorm from Durant to Flora. This will be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Time. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. And yeah, I'm getting tired because it's been a while since I've done a stream like this. But anyways, that's not important. We're gonna wait for the next update from this, and then we're from the tornado warning storm in Mississippi. And then we're gonna see if we can get a live view out of. There isn't really much we can get a live view out of. If we want to go back, we can check on the storm in Vicksburg. All right, let's go ahead and give you that view. You can see there's a lot of lightning. And this is facing at the river bridge. This is facing east. You can see a few trucks slowing down. Yeah, there is your live view from Vicksburg. Oh, a massive flash right there. All right, so let's go back to the radar. Where that tornado warning was shortened to remove some of the areas, some of the more rural areas along highway. I think that's highway 61. However, a tornado warning still remains in effect. And again, we're still checking that confirmed tornado just crossed Route 27. As well as this line over here that has been that is confirmed PLCS tornado. So now all of this is starting to be pushed into Mississippi. Let's go ahead and get an update on the timings of these systems. And if you give me 1 second, I do gotta call someone real quick. Okay. So yeah, severe thunderstorm warning is now being pushed into the North Shore of Louisiana, now into Macomb for 70-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. And we're going to be waiting for that update there. All right, hold on, let me just readjust real quick. But yeah, that hook echo now has it, the new reflectivity scan now has it past Route 27. So it's going to be mainly going for Shivers and Panola later on. But this is basically our only major discrete storm that we have out there. But one thing that I will keep a semi-watch on is these storms that are coming up on here into Mobile. Just see what they do. They seem like one big blob, so might not be anything. But again, might as well watch it because just because. What is going on? Right now we are tracking a severe weather event over central Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. The severe weather event in central Louisiana is pretty much over with in terms of tornadoes. We did have a localized outbreak in eastern Texas, including a very long track tornado from pretty much near Galveston all the way to southwestern Louisiana. And we thought there was going to be a lot more tornadoes in central Louisiana, but it hasn't really panned out that way. But yeah, right now these storms are pushing into Mississippi, where we're expecting a strong tornado, but again, this event hasn't really panned out the way that we thought it was going to pan out. Yeah, currently at 5 warnings again. And that would be an extension of this one into Shivers, all the way up into Braxton. This will be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Time for a tornado moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So yeah, that's no longer a confirmed tornado. It's backed out to radar indicated, but that does have a history of producing at least a brief tornado. And it does have a pretty untapped environment ahead of it. And a new tornado warning now in effect. We're actually up to 6 warnings now. And I think this is the one that produced all those Port Arthur tornadoes. Well, what's left of it anyway. It's now been merged into this line. But yeah, new tornado warning from Guadon all the way up to Kaplan until 6:45 p.m. Central Time for a possible tornado moving east at 35 miles an hour. Your circulation should be somewhere. It's kind of hard to spot it from this radar site, but it should be somewhere along where I'm highlighting here. So if you're in that polygon, seek shelter now. Yeah, basically all of the severe part of this is now being pushed into Mississippi, central Louisiana. You're done. Eastern Texas, you're done. Northwestern Louisiana, you're also done with the event. So anyone that's like pretty much a bit more west of this line is done with severe weather for the day. New tornado warning now in effect. Let me see which one of these got warned. Okay, it's the one above this warned storm. This would include Yazoo City all the way down to Redwood. This will be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Time for a possible tornado moving to the, it says here, east at 50 miles an hour. And again, with a lot of these KLCS tornadoes, it's pretty hard to spot them. But a good way to tell it is if you can find a notch. And I think I found the notch right here. So your circulation should be within that notch there. So if you're in that polygon, seek shelter immediately. And this circulation is pretty broad, and it's still pretty broad, but you can see how intense it is on the blue side of it. So again, this is something that we still got to pay attention to. But yeah, now at this point, I feel like it's starting to become more of a linear event rather than the supercellular event that we were expecting. I just don't see, apart from that one in central Mississippi, I just don't see any discrete, powerful storms. Yeah, this one is like the only one that's discrete and a supercell. Let's get a live view out of Mississippi again. If we go here, you might be able to see a bit of thunder. Yep. You might be able to see a bit of lightning there. And sorry if I'm like misspeaking more because I'm getting pretty tired again. I have not done a stream like this in a long time. At least over a month. You can see all that lightning there. Plus that shelf cloud if you look closely enough. And this is just west of Jackson, Mississippi. New severe thunderstorm warning including Brookhaven for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And again, once you're done with this line, once you're done with like whatever's back here, you're done for the event. Like once you're past this line, you're pretty much done for the entirety of the event. We also have a new tornado warning, and because of how square this is probably one of those warnings where they do where they think there's tornadoes there, but they can't exactly spot where it is. This would be moving northeast at 70 miles an hour. So yeah, again, these KLCS tornadoes, they move very fast. This will be in effect till 7 p.m. Central. So yeah, we're mainly just transferring to a KLCS event here. And this rotation, I mean, is really starting to get choked up a bit because of this storm that's merging with to the south. But we got to see if it manages to power through that later on. And also, welcome back, Oliver. It took me a while to see that for some reason. Currently, 2 flash flood warnings, 3 special marine warnings, 9 severe thunderstorm warnings, and 5 tornado warnings plus 1 tornado confirmed, so 6 total tornado warnings. All right, see you, Oliver. I'm probably going to be offline by then, by the time you come back, but who knows. And I think this is around the time that we're gonna take a small break. Dinner just arrived, so I'm just gonna quickly eat some dinner, and then we will be right back. Stay tuned. Okay, we are back. Let me go ahead and just get everything together. This will probably be the final stretch of today's stream. But yeah, thank you for watching to this point. Right now the tornado warning near NOAA has strengthened and has gone observed. You can see that tornado debris signature right there west of the town, and this will be moving to the northeast, approaching Route 28, probably has already crossed, and then Highway 49. Of course, we do have that tornado warning over there near Kaplan and Andrew from in effect until 6:45 p.m. Central Time, for a tornado moving to the east at 40 miles an hour. But yeah, this entire line is basically warned for tornadoes, because this is mainly a QLCS event now, including this one all the way up to Canton. That'll be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Central. So I think, depending on what this one cell does, we'll probably wrap things up by 7 p.m.-ish after the next update comes out. But yeah, this is basically likely going to be our only major discrete storm left. But yeah, this storm has fully pushed into Mississippi and the North Shore. Central Louisiana, basically all of central Louisiana is done. You're done with the event. And southeastern Arkansas, I mean, you still have some rain, but severe-wise, you're done. Again, anyone that's past the line here, you are done for the day. There's no other round to go through. Yeah, we've been having all these tornadoes here. Let's go to the, let's go to some of these traffic cams. This is one that we looked at before. West of Jackson, where we have 3 tornado warnings nearby. You can see all that lightning activity still has not dropped at all. And camera's down. Oh, never mind, it came back up, I think. Yeah, there is still some lightning activity there. Camera's starting to shake a little bit. Yeah, oh. What the hell? Are we in sync? Yes, we are. Okay. Yeah, the camera is shaking a little bit. So yeah, the wind's gonna probably start picking up here, momentarily. The observed tornado on the ground northwest of Panola, and this will be moving to the northeast towards Highway 49. That is a confirmed tornado on the ground, moving to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. Also, tornado warning for Macomb, for a KLCS tornado possible. And this entire line is basically just KLCS tornado mania right now. Yeah, right now I'm just waiting for a new update from that tornado over there in Mississippi. Yeah, we're starting to see more debris fall out from that storm. So I think I'm actually gonna end it here because I do have to go. But we're probably gonna see KLCS spam like crazy, and then this storm will probably do. Well, will continue to be tornadic for a while. But this is probably where we're gonna end things off. Well, wait. I do want to wait a little bit. I do want to wait a little bit and see what the storm does, but I'll be right back again. Sorry. A new tornado warning, including downtown Jackson, is now in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Time. This is for a tornado moving to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. And there's your rotation right there. This will be moving towards Terry. Actually, do have a camera in Terry, believe it or not. Let me get that. Here's out of view out of Terry, where we do have a tornado warned storm in effect. Pretty shaky cam. Yeah, very intense signature there. confirmed tornado by Yazoo City as well. Forgot to mention that. That will be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central. And, okay, confirmed tornado on the ground near Jackson. This will be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central for tornado moving to the northeast at 55. So this is a confirmed tornado. So yeah, we have a line of storms all across Mississippi here, central and southern Mississippi. So yeah, we're really starting to take up in observed mornings. New tornado warning for Brookhaven as well. And also you got that hook starting to really show itself by a Mendenhall. That's something to keep an eye on. See, we currently have 3 areas of concern. There's one of them right there, south of Terry. Let's get cameras on that. Can't see much. Here's another view. So, I think I do see... I think I just saw a power flash on the far right. No, that's just lightning. But yeah, right now we're facing what is a confirmed tornado on the ground. That's going to be slicing through to the south of Terry. Let's go back to the radar real quick to see where that is. See, the one near Terry just went down. Oh, okay, so both of the cameras just went down. So, yeah, the camera there just went down in Crystal Springs, so we no longer have a live view there. But we have a tornado about across Interstate 55, south of Terry. So, again, right now we also do have a, so yeah, right now we're at 7 tornado warnings. 3 of them confirmed. Yeah, now we have another observed tornado warning. This one is from Hopewell all the way down to Ruth. This will be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Time. So basically, this is all across like central Mississippi where we have confirmed tornado warnings, except for this one part in Canton. So, yeah, right now we also have a severe thunderstorm warning extended down into the North Shore as well. Let's go ahead and get in. Let's see if we can get any live views. Okay, now this entire line is basically confirmed. So yeah, the one in Mongolia and northern Louisiana, that has been confirmed across the north in the North Shore. For a tornado moving east at 50 until 7:15 p.m. Central. Yeah, there's your tornado crossing Interstate 55. Those cameras there are down. I'm going to try one more time to see if they're on. All right, we do have a live view. Camera is shaking. This is like the line of the system moving through. This is in Terry, Mississippi, where we have a confirmed tornado near here. And the one further south of that is unavailable, so it likely got nearly impacted. Based off, also what I see off the traffic view, looks like it did get hit. Yeah, right now I'm just trying to check for updates. So now, yeah, basically all of these have been confirmed. The supercell here seems to be kind of fizzling out, merging with a more bigger cluster. Also, massive hook echo over Ruth. There's that storm near Terry as well. So yeah, we're just currently trying to get updates from on the ground. A lot of the cameras are down. So yeah, right now, yeah, there's been key LCS spam. And again, we will be right back momentarily. I gotta do something. We are now back. We are currently still tracking these tornadoes here. And yeah, that storm is starting to be absorbed. So from this point on, we're probably only going to see a KLCS event. And yeah, from this point forward, we're probably going to see like KLCS tornadoes. There's going to cause some damaging winds and cross into Alabama. Just trying to see what the storm is real quick before we hop off. We do have some rotation trying to kick up here near Mobile, I think. But that could turn into something. But I feel like I do have to go now. This has been Watching the Skies. Watching for everything. Stay safe out there.